You are listening to Football Live, powered by NairaBet, with Dean Kilford.
Well, a very good afternoon and warm welcome to Football Live, powered by NairaBet, where we bring you all the best of the action across the footballing world and the goals as they go in. Our fantastic Football Live reporters are in place around the country, and we're going to go straight to the Premier League game that's already underway at the Vitality Stadium with a fantastic Molly Sumpter. Good afternoon, Molly. A fixture that usually produces plenty of goals. How have things started down on the South Coast?
Cheers, Dean. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, it's been a dynamic start to this game. Both teams really gone out and attacked it. And you're right about the goals. There's been about 10 in the last two meetings between these sides. They've actually just had a really good chance, Spurs. James Maddison getting into the box, but the defender has managed to block that shot away. I think the Spurs defence didn't quite expect Bournemouth to come out as attacking as they have. Bit all over the place and a bit shaky in the box, whereas Bournemouth have really congested their box, not letting Spurs really get anything away from long range. It is setting up to be a great game. I think one thing that Spurs fans might be surprised about today is James Maddison is starting for them, which is no bad thing at all. But he did come away from last week's game against Manchester United on crutches, but he will definitely prove to be an asset in this game if he manages to stay on, as long as Spurs fans will hope he will. It's looking to be a great game, Dean. It was just hitting the 10-minute mark. It's Bournemouth 0, Spurs 0.
Brilliant. Thanks very much there, Molly. Also a big fixture happening right now in the SPL this lunchtime as Ross County look to spring a surprise with victory over a Rangers team who could have an eye on that huge Champions League playoff second leg versus PSV on Wednesday. Luke Charlton is our man in place to bring us bang up to date from Victoria Park. Luke, do Rangers look distracted?
At the moment, I'd say they don't, Dean. Good afternoon to you and good afternoon to the Football Live listeners. It's currently 0-0, but Rangers are certainly bossing the possession and really making themselves their presence felt on this field against Ross County, a team that they've gone 22 fixtures unbeaten against, which is their longest run in domestic and European competition for Rangers against a single team. They've had a couple of decent opportunities. About a minute or so ago, the Nigerian Cyril Dessers just had a header cleared off the line by Laidlaw in the Ross County net. But apart from that, they've not really been able to assert their dominance too much in terms of an attacking element. But they're on the ball now and they're keeping it ticking over. And they'll be hoping that they can really push on now, having lost their opening fixture in the SPL this season. They want to be maintaining the pressure on Celtic at the Summit, who currently have 6 points from their 2 games played. So they'll be looking now to really push on and hopefully get a win from this match. It remains Ross County 0, Rangers 0 with 11 minutes played.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. We'll be back with Luke, I'm sure, very, very shortly. Well, last night, Chelsea picked up their first win of the season in the Premier League and of the Pochettino era with a convincing 3-0 victory over Premier League newcomers Luton Town. Raheem Sterling set the tone with quite a fabulous opening goal early in the first half before adding a second shortly after half-time. Nicholas Jackson then finished the scoring with his first goal for the club. The result sees Luton plummet to the bottom of the table on goal difference, having conceded 7 goals in the opening 2 fixtures. Meanwhile, Chelsea climb up to 8th on 4 points. Now, only 3 teams have a 100% record after the opening 2 rounds of fixtures, and that includes last season's runners-up Arsenal. And they should be confident of maintaining that perfect record this afternoon against Fulham, a team who have never won away against Arsenal in any competition. So let's just join senior reporter Matt Smith, who is there and maybe be able to bring some positive news for those visiting cottagers. Good afternoon, Matt, ahead of the game. How do Fulham get anything out of this one?
Good afternoon, Dean. Yeah, it's a difficult one, I think, for Fulham. I think when you're going to go and play Arsenal, like you say, the runners-up last season, it's a tricky task. And I think especially when Fulham lost 3-0 at home to Brentford last time out. They spent 30 minutes with 10 men. Fair enough. That's Tim Ream got red card, so he's suspended for today. So they're already missing a little bit of fire at the back. And they're missing a little bit of fire up top. Mitrovic has moved to Al Hilal for £45 million, which fantastic money. That's great. Raul Jimenez is now that sort of leading man, and I expect him probably to start today. They've got problems both ends of the pitch, really. The only real area where they can cause some sort of threat is, I think, in the midfield. The likes of Harrison Reed and João Palhinha are 2 rocks in sort of central midfield, and Harry Wilson, Andreas Pereira and Di Cordova Reid are all starting the attacks, but it's almost in a way a similar situation to Manchester United, is that they can bring sort of attacks forward, but they can't really finish it. But you never know, today Fulham might turn into something else.
Well, indeed. And, well, looking at the outgoings, sort of Marco Silva was flirting with the idea of an attractive offer from Saudi Arabia. Do you think he may be now regretting that, having seen the start of the season with Mitrovic going? Possibly one or two more out the door before the window's gone as well, from what reports are along the transfer rumours.
I think anybody who is on, got a football head on would say, okay, well, if you love the sport, you do it for the right reasons. And I think there's a lot of players, a lot of managers who have sort of jumped ship and gone with the money. We can't blame them. I think if you get offered more money, double your wages at your current job, I think anybody would be very silly to turn it down. But I think I respect the likes of Marco Silva, and I think Mbappe as well, when he turned down that move to Saudi Arabia. I think there's certain things you can say, right, well, I want to try just one more season. I think Marco Silva will maybe try and squeeze into the top half, and he might even see that as a success. Once he's done that, maybe he will up to Saudi Arabia he'll go. But I respect him for that, and I think he wants to give it a good go this season. And I think it's a difficult start, 3 games in against Arsenal, but we'll have to wait and see. I think I like the Marco Silva that has rejected the call. He's not jumped ship like everybody else.
Indeed. And from an Arsenal perspective, such a good record in London derbies, let alone against Fulham, who they very much enjoy playing against. Do you think they need to strengthen the transfer window? Obviously a few days left. Do you see any more incomings at the Emirates?
I think they look quite solid. I think they've got David Raya on a loan from Brentford. I think Ramsdale, that keeps Ramsdale a little bit of competition for him, so it will keep his standard high, I would assume. I think they're lacking a little bit in the full-back position. I think they had a little bit of trouble with Jurriën Timber is out, well, for the foreseeable, really, for the rest of this year, we think, with an ACL injury. So I think if you're looking at that, they look at full-backs. Tomiyasu suspended today, so I think it's a difficult one. I think full-back is where they're really lacking.
Indeed. Well, I'm just going to break away. Thanks very much, Matt. We'll be with you with all the team news ahead of kickoff, because the early Premier League kickoff has resulted in an early goal.
The goals, powered by NairoBet.
And Tottenham Hotspur have continued their rich vein of form to start the season by breaking the deadlock early in this one. And it's a first goal in the lily white colours for James Maddison. We will be joining our reporter, Molly Sumter, as soon as we can for an update on that goal. But as it stands, it's Bournemouth 0, Tottenham Hotspur 1. James Maddison with his first goal for the club. And Postecoglou is turned things around. Certainly the fortunes turned in the white part of North London as we've just come away from the red part of North London. So until then, until we get that report from Molly, let's just jump onto another of the 3 o'clock games, a big game, which is full of nostalgia. 2 teams with a fantastic legacy in English football. That takes place at Old Trafford this afternoon. Manchester United host Nottingham Forest. However, in more recent times, this fixture has been rather one-sided. Manchester United winning the last 10 games in all competitions. But a shaky start to the season by the Red Devils should give some cause for optimism among the travelling Forest fans. And our man, Edward Dowling, is in place to tell us more. Good afternoon to you, Edward. How are you doing,
afternoon,
Edward?
Dean. Yes, really good, thanks. Welcome to Old Trafford. And yeah, well, let's just say Old Trafford has been definitely happier in previous years after the disappointing opening start to the season, the unconvincing win against Wolves, where really they scraped by, would have considered a penalty late on, and then a really poor second game, the away defeat to Tottenham last weekend. It's fair to say that the United camp isn't too great right now, but they've got opportunity to right the wrongs today against Nottingham Forest, who've had a bit of a mixed start, truth be told. Performed well, but ultimately lost to Arsenal in their last game, and then managed to pick up 3 points in their second game. So we'll see what happens today. I think Nottingham Forest could be in with a chance here today. So we'll have to wait and see. But I'll tell you what, it's going to be a really interesting game here today, Dean.
Absolutely, indeed. I'm just going to join you momentarily. I'll come back with you, Edward, if you don't mind staying on the line. I'm going to go to the game at the Vitality Stadium. I'm going to join Molly now, who has got the report on that opening goal scored by James Maddison. Molly, was the goal coming?
I think it was definitely coming, but we wouldn't have known which way. But I think regardless, Spurs fans are going to absolutely love the way that Postecoglou has got this team playing. It's something that Spurs fans haven't seen in a little while. The team was really patiently playing it, but pushing forward, something that under other managers, Spurs fans wouldn't be used to. Worked really well from Sarr to Basuma, Kulusevski. That link up is working really, really well for Spurs at the moment. And Sarr just manages to slip it through the middle of the Bournemouth defence. And Maddison, who has been superb in these opening kind of 20 minutes, is just there to tap it in past the Bournemouth goalkeeper. It's been a great display so far, especially from Spurs, who've got a bit of a spring in their step after that last week's performance. And I think they're only going to build from this goal. It's Bournemouth 0, Tottenham 1.
Thank you very much, Molly. It sounds like an exciting one there. 3-2. It finished both fixtures last season to the away team. We're already amongst the goals inside the opening 20 minutes in that one. We were just with Ed at Old Trafford. And let's go back and join Ed Dowling now, as we were just talking about Manchester United's shaky start to the season. Of course, 3 points in that home victory against Wolverhampton Wanderers. But many fans, pundits believe that Wolves were very unlucky not to get a penalty late on in that one.
No, they were, and I think, to be honest, I can't fathom as to how that penalty wasn't given. There's been a lot of changes, as we all know, to the refereeing system this year, but I think there's a lot of confusion around that particular one, and I think it's fair to say that United got away with one, certainly, on that day. But then, as we saw with Wolves, just to touch on them very briefly, they went and lost 4-1 at home to Brighton the week after, which shows they're not really at the level they want to be right now. And then Man United was so unconvincing against Spurs last week. I was actually lucky enough to watch it in the stadium, and I just thought they were nowhere near the levels that they should be, especially that they're this is their second year under Eric Ten Hag, and the specific players like Garnacho and Antony seem to have bore the brunt of the criticism so far, but I just thought top to bottom there was not really a lot of impetus there that would show me that they're going to challenge for a title anytime soon, Dean.
Well, I very much agree with you, Ed, and I'm going to have to step away one more time because there's been another goal in our early fixtures, this time not at the Vitality Stadium, but rather at the game at Victoria Park between Ross County and Rangers.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
And it's a goal for Rangers. Rangers taking the lead away at Ross County, a team they normally win against, a team that they normally score against. And let's head straight over to Luke Charlton, who is at Victoria Park, to describe the action. Luke, I'm presuming it's been coming and the roof has been raised, so to speak.
That's exactly right. The roof has certainly been raised. On his return to the starting 11 after almost a year out, Kemar Roofe has scored. It comes from a wickedly delivered corner from Barisic, who's been the leading chance creator this season so far in the Scottish Premiership. It's a lovely floated ball to the far post, and while being tightly defended, Roofe is able to wriggle free and get his right boot to it and deliver it into the bottom corner. Rangers now lead 1-0, and as you say, it has been coming. It's been very much one-way traffic. Ross County have had a couple of chances on the break, but nothing substantial, and Rangers will really be looking now to keep this foothold they have in the game, maintain that, and to build on it and keep the momentum moving towards the 3 points that they so rightly are looking for. It's Ross County 0, Rangers 1, 22 minutes gone.
Brilliant. Thanks very much for that, Luke. I'm sure we'll be back with you again very, very shortly. So, goals in our opening two games that we're covering here on Football Live. In the Premier League, Bournemouth 0, Tottenham Hotspur 1. And as you just heard, Ross County 0, Rangers 1. The away teams amongst the goals. Let's just quickly run through the other games we're covering on Football Live this afternoon. From the Bundesliga, we have Bochum versus Dortmund. And in the Premier League, the 3 o'clock kickoffs, Arsenal v Fulham, Brentford versus Crystal Palace, Everton versus Wolves, and Manchester United versus Nottingham Forest. You are listening to Football Live.
Sports Radio 88.9 Brila FM.
Calling all high flyers who fancies a free flight on us. Naira Vegas are making it rain with 1 million, yes, 1 million free flights on Aviator. Claim unlimited flights with no minimum stake. The sky's the limit. Every day it will randomly rain free flights through the chat feature. Simply place your bets on Aviator and watch it rain free flights in the chat. Make sure you board the plane. You wouldn't want to miss out on a maximum multiplier of times 250,000. Full terms and conditions apply. Must click claim in the chat to be rewarded. Free flights for Aviator only. Must be 18 plus. Please play responsibly. You are listening to Football Live. Powered by NairaBet. Live and exclusive on Brila FM.
Take Brila anywhere, everywhere.
Yes, you can take Brila with you anywhere, everywhere.
The Brila app is available for free download on Google Play. It is also there on the Apple iTunes Store. Yes, on Google Play and the Apple iTunes Store.
Look out for the Brila football and microphone logo with the letters BRILA in green colour.
That is our authentic app. It gives you Brila FM, Brila.net, BrilaSports.tv and all the extra betting tips, live score, plus our Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Google Plus and YouTube posts.
Sports fun. You can post your videos and eyewitness reports.
Brila, B-R-I-L-A. Available for download on Google Play and the Apple iTunes Store.
Coming up tomorrow on Football Live with Chris Baldwin. Join us live and exclusive. Newcastle United against Liverpool. Premier League action. Football Live will be around the ground chasing the goals. Around the grounds chasing the goals.
A goal that is going to blow open the title race in the Bundesliga.
Well, this wasn't supposed to happen.
It's been an unbelievable day here on Football Live.
4 hours of football every Saturday and Sunday on Brila FM with Football Live.
You are listening to Football Live. Powered by NairaBet. With Dean Kilford.
Welcome back to Football Live, where we bring you the goals as they happen. And as we're away, we've just had a second goal in the game between Ross County and Rangers.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
So let's head over to Victoria Park. Luke Cholton, you're there. Have Ross County caused an upset and got an equaliser, or are Rangers as good as home and housed?
Oh, well, unfortunately, Ross County fans will have to look away because James Tavernier has just scored a potential goal of the season. And I know we're only 3 games into the season, but this strike, my word. He picks up the ball on the halfway line, battling through the Ross County defence, and then just looks up, doesn't see a clear option, so he keeps driving with the ball, and about 20 yards out, sees the keeper slightly off his line and has a lovely strike that finds the top left corner of the net. Rangers go 2-0 up, and it's an exquisite finish. With this game as the way it is, it could be anything. Rangers look buoyant now. They really look in control. And Kamar Roof and Dessers up top have really been combining well. So it's there for the taking, certainly for the away side. It remains Ross County 0, Rangers 2, 27 minutes gone.
Rangers firmly on top in that one. And certainly, if anyone thought they might have an eye on that Champions League second leg playoff against PSV Eindhoven, well, they've certainly underestimated how focused this Rangers team are. 2-0 up already against Ross County. Let's see how we're getting on in the other 12:30 kickoff in the Premier League between Bournemouth and Tottenham Hotspur. Monty Sumpter down at the Vitality Stadium. Last we heard, Tottenham were playing some pretty good football, but there were chances at both ends. Is that still the case, Molly?
I don't think so, Dean. It doesn't seem like Bournemouth have quite been able to recover or recuperate since that Spurs goal. Spurs are playing some amazing football, and the attack is coming from all different individuals at the moment. There's not one kind of key creative target man at the moment. And Spurs fans will have to remember they've still got Bentancur, who is definitely a creative midfielder, to come back into this squad. How we'll get a place, I don't know, because this system seems to be working extremely well for Ange's team. Bournemouth, like I said, haven't really been able to get themselves back together, not really managing to get any kind of attack for them. Spurs are all over them like a rash as well, really pressing very high on that Bournemouth defence, so they're not able to get out of their own half, really. Amazing football from Spurs. Spurs fans will love it. It's Bournemouth 0, Tottenham 1 on 27 minutes.
The 27 minutes gone there. Bournemouth 0, Tottenham Hotspur 1. Chances coming thick and fast for the away teams in both of our 12:30 kickoffs. Where there have also been plenty of goals has been the Saudi League, which we're very, very fortunate to have and be able to bring you on Football Live, keeping you bang up to date with the most talked about league currently in world football. So let's join our football expert John Kane, where he can tell us about the big names banging in the goals and a 5-star performance for Al Nassr. So let's join John for all the details.
The Saudi Pro League with John Kane on Football Live.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Yes, the Saudi League, the Russian Saudi League, it's been very, very popular lately. But of course, you have to understand that with all the big names that have joined, and possibly even more so, we've got about 2 weeks or so for more players to join where the transfer window shuts then. Let's go through the scores of the last round, round 3. A couple of days ago, Al-Ta'i lost at home to Al-Wahda by 3-0. Riyadh lost at home to Al-Ittihad by 4-0, and with that game we've seen Benzema scoring a goal, Iberi scoring as well, and Benzema who actually opened the scoring for Al-Ittihad. Now a couple of days ago as well, Al-Ahli at home, they beat Al-Khudud by 1-0. Al-Ahli with all the names in their squad, they sort of struggled a bit to get that bit momentum going. Firmino was scored a hat-trick the game before, yet they have to wait till injury time when one of the newcomers, Frank Kessie, who came from Barcelona, managed to score 6 minutes into injury time, but at least that was an assist from Roberto Firmino. Also, Al Raid, they've lost at home to Al Hilal by 4-0, and I can tell you what, that game was full of action as well, as 2 players been sent off. Milinkovic-Savic, one of the newcomers for Al Hilal, got sent off, and Gonzalez for Al Raid in the second half for second yellow card. Mitrovic opened the scoring for Al Hilal and opened his own scoring record as well after coming in from Fulham in the late move. Al Ittifaq, which is managed by Steven Gerrard, they drew at home to Al Khalij by a goal each, and Al Fayha and Al Hazm, it was a 0-0 draw. Al Ta'awan beat Abha by 1-0. Al Shabab, one of the other big clubs in Saudi Arabia, they drew at home to Damak, and Al Fatah at home they lost by 5-0, and we've seen a couple of goals from Ronaldo, a couple from Mane as well. In fact, it was a hat-trick for Ronaldo and a couple from Mane. Dean, it's been absolutely fascinating league so far, and you have to expect it with all these names joining in the Saudi Pro League.
Indeed, and it seems that there's no sign of stopping. Players seemingly arriving on a bus or coach or plane, however they're going, walk to day in, day out. We're seeing, obviously, from the Premier League, Mitrovic, one of the latest players to have left, this from Fulham. The big statement about Mohamed Salah, they're certainly not shy about putting the offer for him to try and lure him away from Liverpool. Do you think there's any realistic proposition of seeing Mohamed Salah playing in the Saudi League before the transfer window's done?
I think anyone who saw the game, I believe it was Liverpool-Chelsea, and when Mo Salah left, I think he left and he had a bit of a tantrum, didn't he? He sort of threw, I think he wasn't happy being substituted towards the end of the game. So everyone starts thinking, all right, is that going to be the end of Mo Salah at Liverpool's tenure? It's very hard to tell. It's very, very hard to tell because, I mean, for me, one of the best midfielders in the world is Brozovic, and he's still got at least 5 years to play in European League. Yet to see him going and leaving to Al Nassr, it makes it for me that anyone is possible to go to that league. And the offer from the Al-Ittihad is very, very good as well. Financially, he's going to be given everything right, left and centre. Of course, he's Arabic, so he speaks the language. He'll be earning much more than he's earning at Liverpool. But at the end of the day, all the excitement is actually in the Premier League, isn't it? So if I have to put my money on him staying at Liverpool or going to Al-Ittihad, I won't be doing that because it's very hard to tell. It's very, very hard to tell. However, listening to and reading about quite a lot of the Saudi press, and high-profile people in the social media in Saudi Arabia, they seem to be optimistic that they're going to get him. If they don't get him this summer, they'll be getting him in the winter or next summer.
And that's kind of it. It's if he doesn't go now, surely there will be a time we will see Mohamed Salah. Sorry, maybe not in the kit of El Ittihad, but maybe one of the other teams. Is the league shaping up in where the superstars have gone? That in the early stages, there's a few teams with a 100% record. It's seemingly with the bigger players. El Ittihad, of course, our top 3 wins from 3, 9 goals scored, none against. Do you see the teams that are spending the money, they're reaping the rewards in this early stage of the season?
Yeah, pretty much so. I mean, Al Ittihad, like you said, the top, so is Al Ahly. Just to note, Al Ahly is one of the top 5 clubs in Saudi Arabia. However, they, just for anyone who didn't know, they got relegated 2 seasons ago and then got up again, and then all of a sudden they're buying all these superstars, haven't they? Riyad Mahrez and a few others in the team. So they shaping up very, very well. Probably they've been the most impressive team so far, performance-wise. They've been playing so beautiful football. And Maximan has been absolutely brilliant in the last game. I know it was only 1-0, but Al Hilal, Neymar hasn't even started playing for them yet. He didn't play in the last game. He wasn't included, in fact. And they're third. Al Ittifaq, which is run by Steven Gerrard, they're on 4th with 7 points. They're doing very, very well, haven't they? Also, they're not one of the top 5, Al Ittifaq, regardless of having Steven Gerrard and Jordan Henderson and Moussa Dembélé, if everyone remembers Moussa Dembélé, the young Moussa Dembélé, that's how I remember him, who, not the older one. He's in there and he's been scoring goals as well. The only one that is actually struggling is Al Nassr. 3 points out of 3 games. It's not good enough for Al Nassr having Brozovic and Ronaldo. However, they have played a bit harder games. They also played quite a few games, but they can concentrate on the Arab Cup, which they won, being Al Hilal. So at the moment, it's shaping up well for teams like Al Ittihad and Al Ahly and Al Hilal. But for Al Nassr, I think that's the reason why they were looking for Marco Silva at some stage to come take as manager.
Brilliant stuff. Well, it's shaping up to be an exciting season in the Saudi Pro League. We always give thanks to John for his expert analysis, and I'm sure we'll get more of it as the season goes on, and maybe we'll even get some reporters covering those games as the season wears on as well. But that remains to be seen on Football Live. Our expert on the Saudi Pro League, John Kane, thank you very much. Let's now head to the action in the Premier League in England. Bournemouth taking on Tottenham Hotspur. Tottenham Hotspur leading by a goal to 0 last time we heard, and we're firmly on top. Is that still the case, Molly?
Definitely, Dean. I think Bournemouth have managed to find their feet. They had a bit of a kind of calmer 5 minutes, Spurs just passing the ball around, but it did allow Bournemouth in to kind of get a few shots away. Nothing quite what you would call a massive chance for Bournemouth. Nothing really looking like it was going to find the back of the net, but it has been chucking it down here in Bournemouth pre-kickoff. So there's been a few tasty tackles. I think if you had your money on some yellow cards in this game, you definitely would be getting a payout. But Richarlison has just collected a pass in the box for Spurs, nearly manages to get around the Bournemouth keeper, but not quite. I definitely think Spurs are still the team on top in this game and the ones to watch. Bournemouth will need to, as we come into half-time, maybe look at some new plans for the second half, because they're not getting close enough to goal for their liking. As it stands, it's 36 minutes gone. It's Bournemouth 0, Tottenham 1.
Bournemouth 0, Tottenham 1 at the Vitality Stadium. The other 12:30 kickoff north of the border in Scotland. Ross County 0, Rangers 2 last we heard. Luke Shelton is our man at Victoria Parker. Luke, Rangers were looking very, very comfortable. Have they come close to extending their lead since we were last with you?
There's not been any clear-cut chances, I would say, but it's still just Rangers dominating the ball completely. Ross County themselves look like they're just trying to go for damage limitation right now and trying to not keep their score to an embarrassing amount, really. With with all of the technical players that Rangers have on show at the moment, I would be surprised if Michael Beale doesn't make some substitutions early in the second half, if not at half time, just with half an eye on the fixtures that they've got coming up next week, with the return leg against PSV Eindhoven in the Champions League qualification, and a match against Celtic at the weekend. They really don't have a lot to worry about as things stand in this away game for themselves, Rangers. So they're going to keep dominating as best they can, it looks like. And Ross County, as I say, are just looking to kind of save a bit of face here, it seems, as it stands. So it's Ross County 0, Rangers 2 with 38 minutes gone.
So 2-0 to Rangers, ahead of a very, very big week for them. The Champions League playoff second leg against PSV, tensely and tightly poised at 2 apiece from the first leg past Tuesday. And of course, the first of 4 Old Firm derbies this season in the league, at least, taking place the following weekend. It is a big, big week for them. Let's just focus on one of the newbies in the Premier League, and a new player that's settled in rather nicely at the heart of the Tottenham Hotspur defence. Van der Ven was talking after the victory against Manchester United. He's currently in action with a clean sheet now, and just how much it meant to him to make his home debut and, of course, secure that victory, that big victory against Manchester United this past Saturday.
Incredible. The atmosphere, everything was amazing. The team performance, we hold the 0 and we scored 2 amazing goals. So, amazing feeling. Yeah, the fans were amazing the last 9 minutes. When I was walking to the side and I saw 9 minutes, every time I see this, I'm like, where did that come from, But, 9 minutes of the whole extra time, the fans were behind us, so that was amazing.
Van der Ven there, settling in to life at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. His team with a clean sheet and 4 points from their opening 2 games. And they're currently in action right now. We were with Molly moments ago. Let's just see if there's been any further action in the last 4 or 5 minutes or so. Tottenham Hotspur very much on the front foot. Bournemouth, are they showing signs of life?
Not yet, Dean. It's been chance after chance for Spurs. They're really attacking this Bournemouth defence and giving them something to think about kind of every 30 seconds at the moment. Richarlison, again, that target man. He's latched onto a free kick from James Maddison. He's headed just wide of that right post. It was quite close, so would have thought it might have gone in, but nothing came from that. Nevertheless, Spurs looking very much like the stronger side going into half-time at the moment, playing some great creative football, working out from midfield. Bournemouth really can't manage to find a way to deal with this Spurs attack, and as I said before, really haven't been able to get much out of their own half, to be honest. I think it will be a stern dressing room talk for them as we go into half-time, but as it stands, it's 40 minutes gone. It's Bournemouth 0, Tottenham 1.
So Bournemouth 0, Tottenham 1, and just to put some stats in there, just to echo what Molly was saying, Bournemouth with 4 shots in the opening 40 minutes, just 2 on target. Spurs have doubled that on both fronts. 8 shots on goal, 4 on target. Very, very much in the ascendancy, and they'll be looking to extend their lead, certainly if not before half-time, then shortly after. Plenty of work for Areola to do. Of course, the new man in the hot seat at the Vitality Stadium as well. Big changes for both clubs, and debut, I believe, for Max Aarons, the fullback signed from Norwich, linked with Tottenham for many, many seasons. He's making his start. Not been a great debut so far for him. Let's just have another little catch-up north of the border in the Scottish League. It's Rangers who are coasting chance after chance for themselves, taking on Ross County. Luke is there calling all the action. Luke Cholton. Rangers, have they just eased off as we head into the final couple of minutes of the first half?
Well, they're very much in cruise control, and it does sort of look like they could score at any given moment. But yes, the pace and the intensity of the match has sort of fizzled out slightly as we approach half-time. Again, touching on, I think, as I said earlier, that Ross County are really kind of going for damage limitation at the moment, looking to regroup at the half and potentially try and get something on the counter-attack early in the second period just to make a difference in this match. But there was an incident a couple of moments ago. Connor Goldson was struck with a flailing arm. It looked like it could have been a potentially dangerous exchange, but the referee deemed it was very incidental and nothing was given for it. But but as I say, Rangers right now, they'll be really, really enjoying being out there today. The game started, it was windy and rainy in the Highlands, and it was really difficult to get going in the first 15 minutes. But as the halves wore on, they've really grown into the match and really started playing some excellent football on the field there. But in the 43rd minute now, it's Ross County 0, Rangers 2.
Brilliant stuff. We'll get half-time updates from both Victoria Park and the Vitality Stadium as soon as the whistles go in both of those games. Bournemouth, who are looking for their first victory of the season, currently trailing by 0 at home to Tottenham Hotspur. Ross County looking to get the better of a potentially distracted Rangers team. It's not currently going the way they wanted to. 2-0 down to Rangers, and Rangers very much on top there at Victoria Park. Let's just run through the other fixtures that we're covering on Football Live this afternoon. Arsenal taking on Fulham. Brentford's host Crystal Palace in a London derby, 2 London derbies there. Everton take on Wolves. There's going to be 5 minutes of injury time in that first half at the Vitality Stadium in Bournemouth. Manchester United against Nottingham Forest. They're the 3 o'clock kickoffs, and then later on in the evening kickoff, we won't be covering on Football Live. Brighton Hove Albion, top of the table. Brighton Hove Albion take on a West Ham United team who they actually have a very, very good record against the Seagulls, against the Hammers, and unbeaten since their promotion to the Premier League. Elsewhere in Scotland, there's 2 minutes of injury time in the game between Rangers and Ross County. The 3 o'clock kickoffs there: Celtic versus St Johnstone, Hibernian versus Livingston, and Motherwell versus Kilmarnock. The other game we're covering in the Bundesliga, Bochum versus Dortmund. We've got a reporter there to bring us bang up to date. That kicks off in just over an hour's time, alongside Darmstadt and Union Berlin and FC Köln and Wolfsburg. Freiburg and Werder Bremen in action, and Heidenheim and Hoffenheim are the remaining fixtures in the Bundesliga. We'll bring you all the scores, all the goals as they happen around the grounds in Europe's top leagues, and of course across the world in all the leagues that matter. We are now just in the closing embers of that first half at the Vitality Stadium. Let's join Molly once more just to see if either team are looking to extend or potentially get back into it in Bournemouth's case as we approach the final couple of minutes at the Vitality Stadium. Molly, is it still more of the same?
Yeah, definitely. I think Spurs are just keeping this rhythm going of the consistent attack. I think even Pedro Porro just had a chance on goal, couldn't quite get onto a pass through from James Maddison. But I think Spurs fans will love seeing how many different players are getting involved, and you can tell the players are loving this new style of play that they're under Ange Postecoglou. Everybody getting stuck in, everybody getting involved. Bournemouth, they have not been able to get anything. There's been 5 minutes of added time, and even still, they really haven't been able to get out of that half. I think they're almost a bit worried that Spurs are going to hit them on the break, and it's just not letting them get forward at all. But I think they quite want to see through to half-time without conceding another. I think Lloyd Kelly, who has been brought in for Marcus Senesi, who played last game, he's picked up a yellow card. I think that's maybe just out of frustration from Bournemouth not being able to get forward at all. But so far, it is looking like Tottenham's game. It's Bournemouth 0, Tottenham 1.
So, Molly, you covered Tottenham a few times last season. How big is that transformation for this team? I mean, it looks like you're watching a completely different side, does it not?
Definitely. I think if you look at the way that Spurs have had to play under, Conte, Mourinho, the kind of almost park the bus or sit back and wait, it's not the football that fans will want to see. And this new style where it's very press, attack. It's what will get the fans going. It's what will get an atmosphere going. And that ultimately will lift the players as well. And it is like watching a completely different side, Dean. It's nothing like we've seen Spurs in recent years. And I think you can tell, like I said before, the players are enjoying playing this way as well. And it's giving them the confidence that they definitely need. So I think it's going to be an interesting season for Spurs. Still obviously adjusting to Harry Kane not being there. But it's one that we'll have to see how it plays out if it works long term. But so far, they're on an unbeaten run, and it looks like it is working for them.
Indeed. Well, we'll see in the remaining couple of minutes. We'll be back with you very, very shortly for half-time, Molly. Thank you. Meanwhile, it is half-time in that game between Ross County and Rangers. So far, so good for the away team, I believe, Luke.
Very much so. As I said, Michael Beale will be very, very pleased with how his team's performed so far. Coming into the game, there was a few changes that have been made, obviously off the back of the 2-2 draw midweek against PSV Eindhoven. And you would be worried that it might disrupt the rhythm, but it clearly hasn't been the case for Rangers here. It didn't take them very long to get their first goal in the match. It came from an excellently delivered corner from Barisic to Kamar Roof at the far post to give Rangers the 1-0 lead in the 22nd minute. And since then, it's just been very much one-way traffic. The players that actually have come in, Lundstrom and Lammers and Kamar Roof himself with his first start in over a year, they've been really instrumental in all the good play that Rangers have had. And Roof himself has seemed to spark a bit of a really good partnership with Cyril Dessers, the Nigerian forward, up front for Rangers. And if not for some excellent saves from Laidlaw, the score could be higher up and this game could really be out of sight for Rangers. But Ross County, they'll still be hopeful they could potentially get something, particularly given the fact that Rangers will have their focus on another couple of games coming next week that are real big importance for them, particularly in the league and in their Champions League hopes. But for them, they're going to be looking to really do something a little bit more impactful to entertain the home fans here in the Highlands. But at half time, where we go in, Rangers comfortably ahead. It's Ross County 0, Rangers 2.
Brilliant. Thanks very much, Luke. We'll be with you at the start of the second half to see if Ross County do make any changes or whether indeed Rangers do rest some players ahead of that big Champions League playoff in midweek. It is now half-time at the Vitality Stadium. Bournemouth 0, Tottenham Hotspur 1, the half-time score. Molly Sumter is there to describe the first half for us.
Well, I think Bournemouth fans will be a little bit disappointed, frustrated with that first half. Spurs were really in fact, in the first 10 minutes, it was quite end-to-end, quite dynamic from both teams. But once Spurs managed to settle into it, they were away. It's been Spurs pretty much all over them this half. Really creative play, really attacking play from all different sources from the Spurs team. I think I've got a stat here that says Spurs have had 9 attempts on goals so far compared to Bournemouth's only 4. So they've more than doubled what Bournemouth have had in this first half. Like I said, it's been frustrating for them. But I think Spurs' defence are liable to a few mistakes. So Bournemouth might have to try and capitalise on that, in this coming half. Hopefully try and maybe unlock a few more passes, a few more touches within the Spurs box. But at the moment, it doesn't look like Bournemouth are managing to quite create anything that's going to get them anywhere. They've had a few chances, few crosses coming in, but the Spurs keeper, Vicario, who's just been brought in, has dealt with all of these quite well so far. So I think in the second half, Bournemouth are definitely going to have to look to unlock some new chances in the box and take advantage of the fact that, like we said, the Spurs defence can be a little bit ropey at times. But I think if Spurs continue the way they have been playing in this second half, then I think the game will pretty much be done and dusted for them. But commentator's curse, we don't want to say that too soon. But as it stands, it's half-time, Bournemouth 0, Tottenham 1.
So Tottenham Hotspur leading by a goal to Bournemouth, and as it stands, top of the Premier League table. Although, does it mean that much when you're 2.5 games into a new season? Well, for Tottenham fans, I'm sure it probably will do. So the halftime scores and our early kickoffs: Bournemouth 0, Tottenham Hotspur 1, as you heard, and earlier it's Ross County 0, Rangers 2. We'll be back with all the action from the second half as soon as those games get back underway. Meanwhile, let's just a quick catch up with one of the new signings to the Premier League. Manchester United made a big call when they decided to replace a stalwart of many years in De Gea. They signed Onana from Inter Milan, and he spoke following his team's loss to Tottenham Hotspur last Saturday, and how that can impact positivity going into the new season.
Andre, certainly second half, would you have to admit that the better team won that match?
No, I don't think they were better than us. We make some mistakes second half, but football is not only about one half. I think we started very good the game. We create chances. Of course, unfortunately we didn't score, and I think this was a key key point for us. If we had score first half, then it will be a different game for sure. Football is about scoring goals, especially when you're playing against a good opponent. And we had some chances, big chances, and we didn't score. So in the end, you have to pay, but we have to keep calm.
There we are. Anana not happy with the assumption that Manchester United was second best last week, but that was how the result ended up. They lost by 2-0 to Tottenham Hotspur, who currently are leading Bournemouth by 1-0 in the early kickoff. Let's go and join the studio now over in Brila. FJ is our man. We're going to hand it back to the studio for the next few minutes or so. We'll see you again on Football Live very, very shortly.
You are listening to Football Live. Powered by NairaBet. Live and exclusive on Brila FM.
Sports Radio 88.9 Brila FM.
You are listening to Football Live. Live and exclusive on Brila FM.
Take Brila anywhere, everywhere.
Yes, you can take Brila with you anywhere, everywhere.
The Brila app is available for free download on Google Play. It is also there on the Apple iTunes Store. Yes, on Google Play and the Apple iTunes Store.
Look out for the Brila football and microphone logo with the letters BRILA in green colour.
That is our authentic app. It gives you Brila FM, Brila.net, Brilasports.tv and all the extra betting tips, live score, plus our Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Google Plus and YouTube posts.
Sports fun. You can post your videos and eyewitness reports.
Brila, B-R-I-L-A. Available for download on Google Play and the Apple iTunes Store.
Around the grounds, chasing the goals.
A goal that is going to blow open the title race in the Bundesliga.
Well, this wasn't supposed to happen.
It's been an unbelievable day here on Football Live.
4 hours of football every Saturday and Sunday on Brila FM with Football Live.
Sports Radio 88.9 Brila FM.
You are listening to Football Live. Powered by NairaBet. Live and exclusive on Brila FM. You are listening to Football Live, powered by NairaBet, with Dean Kilford.
Well, welcome back, and thank you very much, FJ and the team over in the Brila studios. I don't know the last player called Dean to score in the Premier League, but I know that the first ever player to score a goal in the Premier League was a player by the name of Brian Dean. Does that count? Maybe. Not quite sure. For Sheffield United, after 6 minutes in the opening round of the Premier League fixtures back in 1992. Hopefully that will salivate and keep you statted up until I find out who the last player called Dean to score was. I'm sure it would have been towards the back end of last season, but if anyone listening finds the answer and wants to let us know, then I'm happy to read that out on air for you this afternoon. You are listening to Football Live. We've got two big games already underway, one in the Premier League, one in the Scottish Premier League. Let's head over to the Vitality Stadium first with a reporter, Molly Sumter, where Bournemouth certainly needed to make some changes if they're to get back into this one. The second half underway. Have they made any changes?
Yeah, they've made one change. They've brought on Lewis Cook for Joe Rothwell, just making a change in that defensive midfield. Bournemouth have actually lost 13 of their last 14 Premier League games when they've been trailing at half-time. So I think it was going without saying that something needed to be changed if they're to get back into this game. They have come out looking a bit more composed, having a little bit more possession and controlling the ball, actually managing to get past that halfway line and out of their half a little bit. No kind of chances as of yet, but it is going to shape up to be a good second half. Bournemouth will undoubtedly have to come out at Spurs, and whether they can then capitalise on that, Spurs hit them on the break with all those creative devices we were talking about from the first half. It could be a Spurs domination, but it could be set to be a great half from Bournemouth. We'll have to see. It's 45 minutes, Bournemouth 0, Tottenham 1.
Well, Molly, just stay on momentarily. Obviously, James Maddison had quite a sumptuous half for Tottenham in that first half. Richarlison missing a couple of chances. Let's hypothetically put it, had Harry Kane been playing up front instead of Richarlison, would be playing more of a cricket scoreline here this afternoon.
I think you can always look and say when Harry Kane's on the pitch, there could be an outrageous scoreline, but I do think he would have slotted in really, really well with the way that this team is playing and the way that Ange Postecoglou has got them playing, because what he was really missing under kind of Conte and Mourinho and all the numerous managers that Spurs have had is that creative in the midfield and behind him that was feeding the passes through. So I think he would have slotted in really, really well. Now, Richarlison, he's not Harry Kane, but he's still that target man. But when he's got all of these creative players around him who are also getting goals, and Maddison's incredible display from the first half, I don't think we're going to be looking at a Spurs team that's necessarily going to be missing him, but he would be more an addition that would make Spurs even better at the moment. So I do think maybe he'll be looking back and thinking, should I have stayed? But obviously we know why he's gone to Bayern Munich, and nobody's sitting here saying that Spurs are going to win a trophy because of the way that they're playing at the moment, but it's definitely a positive for Spurs fans watching on.
Do you think with a few days left of the transfer window, could you see a new number 9 coming in to Tottenham?
Well, I think the way that Spurs do business, you can't really expect a number 9 to be coming in within the space of a week. And I don't know how much Spurs will be desperate for that new number 9. We have got a lot of creative players, have got a lot of people like Richarlison who can, make things happen up front. So we'll have to see. There are obviously rumours floating about, but in my opinion, I think it's highly unlikely that Spurs will get anyone else in before the end of the transfer window.
Well, we'll wait and see. Thank you very much from Molly at the Vitality Stadium. Bournemouth 0, Tottenham Hotspur 1. Let's go to Scotland. The game at Victoria Park between Ross County and Rangers. Rangers 2 goals to the good at half-time and absolutely on top. As we heard, as the second half started very much in the same vein, Luke.
Well, it still remains Rangers 2, Ross County 0, but it's really been Ross County that have come out with more impetus at the start of this second half here. Malky Mackay has clearly had a word with his team and really tried to rile them up ready for the second half here. There's one substitution for the home side, seeing George Harmon coming off to be replaced by William Nightingale, a loanee from AFC Wimbledon for this campaign. And it was Ross County that had the biggest opportunity within the first minute of the second half. An excellent ball floated in from Danda to the head of Jordan White, and the big centre forward is going to be thinking, oh, what an opportunity I've had there. If only I could have taken more advantage of it. As he found his header just go past the post, and that really could have changed the state of the game, making it 2-1 with only a minute gone in the second half, with the whole second half really to keep pushing and finding their way. But Rangers have started fairly flat-footed, it would seem. I think they felt maybe a little bit complacent because of how well they played in the first half and how little maybe Ross County had given in the final 20 minutes of the first half, following that glorious James Tavernier goal. But I think they'll build themselves back into the game a little bit. But Ross County should be buoyed by the fact that they're able to still create chances here at the Victoria Ground. It remains Ross County 0, Rangers 2, 54 minutes played.
So Rangers 2 goals to the goods against Ross County, but maybe complacency starting to settle in for the away team. Maybe that one eye on the fixture against PSV on Wednesday night is starting to come into their thinking. I am delighted to say that we have our football betting experts, Ayu, with us right now. Ayu Alabi is, I believe, going to the game at Old Trafford the game at Old Trafford today against Nottingham Forest, and he's here to bring us all of the best odds from NairaBet. Arsenal versus Fulham and Manchester United versus Forest. Good afternoon to you, Ayo. How are you doing?
Good afternoon, Dean. How are you today? I'm very well, thank you.
Yeah, very good, thank you. Obviously, Premier League games already underway, thick and fast. Tottenham looking good, but we're here to talk about Manchester United versus Nottingham Forest. Let's a game, two greats of the English game. How do NairaBet see that one going?
Well, NairaBet have got Manchester United as the overwhelming favourites to win the game. United are 1.36 to win the game in 90 minutes, while Forest are 8.00. A draw is at 5.25. We know United have been poor in these two games, but United couldn't play any poorer than they've been in those two games. It's a shocking statistic that United have only scored one goal this season in those two games. Rashford has not looked like the player that we saw last season. He's looked sluggish. He's looked unhappy playing up top, and it's just been it's not been the worst start. It's a better start than last season when United lost the first two games. This time around, they've got 3 points instead of 0. But United are 1.36 to win the game, and I think United will win the game. The midfield is a conundrum for Erik ten Hag. Mason Mount, Bruno Fernandes, and Casemiro, those seem to work. The midfield is full of holes. More than the Colanda, it's shocking to see what's happened to that midfield. Whether it's Mason Mount that's unbalanced the team, I don't know. But I think United will win the game. Forest are not that good to be able to stop this United team. And I think there will be many goals in the game. Over 2.5 goals is 1.57. Over 3.5 is 2.40. Talking about double chance, United or draw at 1.08 don't make no sense for anybody. If you're a Forest fan and you want to back Forest to win or to draw the game, they're 2.88. And if you think United or Forest and not a draw, it'll be 1.17. Again, that is not a good market. The markets that I will be playing in personally myself is the correct score market. United have not scored many goals, as I've said. 1-0 is 8.00. 2-0 is 7.00 for United to win. 3-1 is 10.00. And I think people can look at the odds more and look at markets where, for small stake, they can get a higher winnings. First goal scorer as well. If we're looking at the first goal scorer of this match, the odds, we've got the odds for the first goal scorer. Rashford is 4.33 to score the first goal. He's not looked like he's going to score in a month on Sunday in the two games that he's played. But I think I'm backing him at 4.33 with NairaBet to be the first goal scorer in this game. As for Awoniyi is the Forest striker. Is a massive 8.50 to score the first goal. If you think United can win 2-1 and Forest can probably score first, then Awoniyi will be your man to score that goal. But all in all, United are overwhelming favourites. I expect United to do the business, and I expect United to win the game 2-0 at 7.00.
Yeah, well, Man United have an impressive record against Nottingham Forest, winning their previous 10 games in all competitions. So those odds don't surprise me, despite Manchester United's shaky start to the season. What about the game against the team with 100% record Arsenal, London derby, one that they usually win against Fulham? I'm presuming we're going to see similar odds in favour of the home team there.
Absolutely. Arsenal are overwhelming favourites at 1.25 to win the game. Arsenal have not been spectacular in their first two games. They won the first game against Forest 2-1, and then the second game with 10 men away to Palace. They won 1-0 from that Odegaard cool penalty. Now, Arsenal have this injury with Jurien Timber, who was fabulous in the first 50 minutes of the first game. And then they got this cruciate ligament, which probably rules him out for the rest of the season. But still, Arsenal will have too much for Fulham today. Mitrovic is gone, their main goal scorer. Arsenal 1.25, a draw is 6.00, and Fulham are a massive 12.00. I think Arsenal will just gradually click into gear. They've not been spectacular, but eventually they will get spectacular. And I think they look a good team this season, in as much as their fans have been complaining. I think Arsenal at 1.25, you won't get rich back in that. But the market to play in again is if you think Arsenal will win the first half and the second half, which will be Arsenal first half and second half is 1.75. Still not a great, still not a good odd. But goal scorer market is quite interesting here. First player to score in this game. If you fancy Odegaard to score again the first goal in this game, that will be Martin Odegaard. It's 9.00 Odegaard to score the first goal, and that's a cracking price. Martinelli is 6.00, while Bukayo Saka, who's been spectacular himself, is 6.00. As for Fulham, Palina still stays 41.00 to score the first goal. I don't see him scoring the first goal, but it's a massive price. Some of these things are actually Odegaard is 6.50. My apologies, it wasn't 9.00. It's 6.50 with Narabet to score the first goal. So Arsenal are overwhelming favourites. I expect them to win the game. I expect them to win the game comfortably, and I expect them to win 2-0, which would be 7.00. It should be a good game. Football is an unpredictable game, but at the same time, Arsenal at home at the Emirates with their fans behind them, it should be a comfortable home victory for Arsenal.
Indeed. Well, that's on the market's going to the value there, definitely in the goal scoring bets. You're heading to Old Trafford today, I believe. You're taking the action there.
Old Trafford in about 5 minutes' time.
Brilliant stuff. Well, I hope you enjoy your afternoon, taking all the action there, and I hope you're listening here on Football Live throughout the afternoon. Well, have a great afternoon, and we'll catch up with you again next time. Thank you very much.
Take care.
You too, my man. Ayu Alabi, our Narabet betting expert, as always, bringing us all the odds and giving us the best value and where to find the best bets. Let's head back to the game at the Vitality Stadium, where first half was seemingly all Tottenham, but second half is certainly not the case. Isn't that right, Molly?
No, Bournemouth have come out with a bit of a new energy about them in this second half and have actually been on top in terms of the chances being created. They've just had a massive one, an absolute bullet of a shot from Antoine Semenyo, and he's just gone wide of the left post. Philip Billing also getting involved with some of the action. Nothing quite finding the back of the net for them just yet. Spurs have made a couple of changes after a couple of yellow cards as well. I think Bissouma and Richarlison have picked one up. Richarlison, it does show the difference between him and Kane. He's just tripped over his own feet, lost the ball, and then as the Bournemouth player has collected it, he's gone and stepped on one of their foot. And it's of course a yellow card, but it's just unnecessary. And he's now come off the pitch. He's been replaced by Højbjerg. They've also taken off Pape Matar, who's been replaced by Ivan Perisic. Similar substitution that we had last week at the Spurs Stadium against United. I think Spurs are looking to just kind of take hold of the game a little bit more, put on a few more defensive players to not get too carried away with the creative mindset that they had in the first half. And hopefully they'll be able to tame this Bournemouth storm that's coming at the moment. They really have picked up the pace in this second half so far, Bournemouth. It's 60 minutes gone. Bournemouth 0, Tottenham 1.
It looks like a change of formation there for Tottenham as well, Molly, with Richarlison coming off. Two midfielders, Perisic and Højbjerg in. So certainly very much they're trying to weather the storm. We'll be back with Molly should any further action take place down at the Vitality Stadium. We've got that other game happening in Scotland. Ross County were getting themselves back into it last we heard against Rangers. Have they managed to find the back of the net? In fact, let's just pause up before we go to Luke, because there's been another goal at the Vitality Stadium.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
And Tottenham have doubled their lead despite all the pressure they've been under. Kulusevski has scored the second just after the hour mark. So it's Bournemouth 0, Tottenham Hotspur 2. We'll be back with Molly Sumpter very, very shortly to describe all the action there. Meanwhile, let's head back to north of the border and to Luke Charlton. Sorry for interrupting you there, Luke. You're about to go into full flow. Ross County 0, Rangers 2. How are things shaping up since we were last with you?
Oh, no bother at all. It's become very open here today. Ross County is still pushing to really try and get something back from this game, but Rangers themselves have now made a couple of substitutions in response to this newfound energy from the home side. Seeing Kamar Roof come off for Sima, for Abdallah Sima, and Sam Lammers coming off for Rabi Matondo, respectively. And these two players that have been introduced have really added a bit of energy back to the front line for Rangers. And Matondo himself has just gone close with a couple of long-range strikes that have been parried away by the Ross County keeper. And I do think Michael Beale is still going to be happy with how things have gone. It did get a little bit flat, but obviously with the second game against PSV later this week, they're going to be looking to conserve some energy, ready for that big crunch 90 minutes they're going to be facing. But looking as things are now, Rangers are looking favourites to get that third goal and really push on. Kamar Roof coming off, having 60 minutes, having not played in almost a year from the start, will be really good news. And potentially he may have played himself into the starting 11 for the next game against PSV, because he was very, very influential today in that first half. As it stands now, 66 minutes gone, Ross County 0, Rangers 2.
Brilliant. Thanks very much for that, Luke. The reporting there from Victoria Park, Ross County 0, Rangers 2. You are listening to Football Live.
Sports Radio 88.9 Brila FM.
Domestic football is back and NairaBet has you covered. Fancy a free bet to get the season underway? Place an acca with 11 plus selections and get a 500 Naira free bet every day. Football is finally flowing again and you have plenty to pick from. Whether it is the Premier League, Ligue 1, La Liga, MLS or even the Saudi Pro League, make it more interesting with NairaBet. All you need to do is head to the website and place your combi bet to get involved. Must be 18 plus, maximum of one free bet awarded each day. Minimum stake of 500 Naira, minimum odds of 1.2 per selection. General and free bet terms and conditions apply. Visit www.nairabet.com/bonus for full details. Please gamble responsibly. You are listening to Football Live, powered by NairaBet. Live and exclusive on Brila FM.
Take Brila anywhere, everywhere.
Yes, you can take Brila with you anywhere, everywhere.
The Brila app is available for free download on Google Play. It is also there on the Apple iTunes Store. Yes, on Google Play and the Apple iTunes Store.
Look out for the Brila football and microphone logo with the letters BRILA in green colour.
That is our authentic app. It gives you Brila FM, Brila.net, BrilaSports.tv, and all the extra betting tips, live score, plus our Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Google Plus, and YouTube posts.
Sports fun. You can post your videos and eyewitness reports.
Brila, B-R-I-L-A. Available for download on Google Play and the Apple iTunes Store.
Coming up tomorrow on Football Live with Chris Baldwin. Join us live and exclusive. Newcastle United against Liverpool. Premier League action. Football Live will be around the ground chasing the goals. Around the ground chasing the goals.
A goal that is going to blow open the title race in the Bundesliga.
Well, this wasn't supposed to happen.
It's been an unbelievable day here on Football Live.
4 hours of football every Saturday and Sunday on Brila FM with Football Live.
You are listening to Football Live. Powered by NairaBet. With Dean Kilford.
Well, let's waste no time. Head straight to the Vitality Stadium. Hear about that second Tottenham goal with Molly Sumter. And what play from a midfielder that has certainly been one of the stars of this Tottenham team this season so far. Yves Bissouma, it was all about him, wasn't it?
Yeah, definitely. It'll be a real blow for Bournemouth, who are just finding their feet in this game. But like you said, Yves Bissouma has been brilliant so far in this game. He's managed to work it out to Destiny Udogie, who is another person who has been absolutely fantastic the last few games for Spurs. Not even 21 years old yet. He's just been clipped over to him, who's managed to flick it back from the goal line, keep it in, who's found Dejan Kulusevski to fire it into the bottom right-hand corner of the Bournemouth goal. You do feel for Bournemouth because they were just managing to pick up the pace, but Spurs have reacted exactly how Postecoglou and the fans would want them to, and have fired themselves and doubled their lead in this game. I think unless Bournemouth can come up with something extremely special or Spurs completely fall apart, this may look to be an absolute domination by Spurs. 66 minutes gone. It's Bournemouth 0, Spurs 2.
And making the changes and change the tide of this game. Tottenham 2 goals to the good at Bournemouth, as is the case in our game we're featuring in the Scottish Premier League. Ross County 0, Rangers 2. Luke Charlton, last time we were with you, there's been a couple of chances. End-to-end stuff, exciting football. Is it still exciting, or is it now just settling as we're into the last 20 minutes or so?
It's still bubbling away here. Ross County have just had a really good chance themselves. Josh Sims cutting in from the left, and with a fierce strike that Jack Butland just had to palm over the bar just to keep their clean sheet intact there. But ultimately, as I say, Rangers are still being able to manage whatever Ross County are able to throw at them here. A few substitutions coming into play as well, and we're just seeing the return of Tom Lawrence into action, who was actually injured in this fixture almost a year ago, the reverse of this fixture. And so his return to the team for Todd Cantwell now will be really met with great acclaim from the Rangers fans. It's 72 minutes gone, and I think Rangers here will ultimately be looking to shut up shop themselves and hold out now. So it remains Ross County 0, Rangers 2.
Thanks very much, Luke. There's been an incident in the game at Bournemouth. It's gone to VAR, potential red card. We'll keep you up to date with things there. Possible punch is being looked at by VAR by Ivan Perisic on debutant Max Aarons. So we'll keep you up to date from the Vitality Stadium should anything more come from that one. In the meantime, let's head back to Old Trafford. Manchester United taking on Nottingham Forest. Last time I was with you, Ed, we were interrupted more times than I've had dinners, I think, in the past year, but hopefully now we can just have a little preview of today's game against two of English football's greatest clubs.
Yeah, no, really looking forward to it, Dean. I think it should be a really good game. I'm just going through my notes today, preparing for the match, and I don't think Steve Cooper has ever actually beaten Erik ten Hag. Although I suspect today, of all days, might be the time where that might potentially happen. I think it's a tall order doing it at Old Trafford, but United are in all sorts of trouble at the moment. It'd be interesting to see if Erik ten Hag sticks to the same front three as he has done for the first two games. I know there's a lot of controversy in reaction to the Spurs lineup when they played them last week, that Anthony and Garnacho are playing, both of which were really quite poor, I thought, in both outings against Spurs and Wolves. So it'd be interesting to see what he does with the lineup. It'd be interesting to see what he does with the team. Generally, no Mason Mount, obviously, who comes in to fill that gap. And yeah, look, we saw Forest against Arsenal playing on the break. You know, they are dangerous. They're a lot better than they were last year. I wouldn't write them off for this particular game. If I had to go with my head, so United probably will have a bit too much for them, and I think the pressure will tell for the away side. But who knows? It should be a really cracking game.
Indeed, and is that a big blow? I mean, Mason Mount out for a while, and Luke Shaw, another man on the injury. They're going to have to bring some players in, aren't they?
Yeah, they're going to have to. I mean, I saw a lot of talk the other about Alvaro Fernandez, the youth player they'd signed a few seasons back, who denied actually a contract at Real Madrid to sign for United. But then Erik ten Hag was speaking earlier in the week about the need for another fullback. So I wonder how he must feel on this particular point in time. So strange times of United. I reckon they will get someone else in the market. We'll just get the teams through now. But we'll have to see what happens. It should be an interesting lineup regardless from ten Hag, because I think his options are really limited at the moment, Dean.
Indeed, and there's quite a bit of discontent. Obviously, there's the continued protest against the owners, so that's always in the background whenever the team isn't firing on all cylinders. But their home records, I just remember, have they won 8 in a row at home? They're on course to win 8 in a row at home if they win today, which is something they've not done for years.
I think absolutely, yeah. You're right with that particular stat. I think the thing about United is they've obviously got a incredible record at Old Trafford when they're leading at half-time. Regardless of where the team is at on the pitch, they always seem to be able to defend Old Trafford quite well, and that's been a staple of their success down the years. But I'm just getting the teams in here, Dean, and one very interesting point is Garnacho has been dropped. Mount obviously is not in the side, and Eriksen comes in, and Anthony Martial leads the line, and Rashford's been pushed out wide. So he has in something. And I reckon that'll be much to the appeal of the Man United fans who are screaming out for a change, I think, the last few weeks.
Indeed, Rashford looks lost when he plays up front as that lone striker. Certainly didn't get a look in a game that I was covering closely against Wolves, and didn't fare much better against Spurs last weekend either. What about for Forest? Owen always a goal threat, and has certainly been a man amongst the goals for Forest. Obviously, team players are writing them off. I thought they played a good account of themselves against Arsenal a couple of weeks ago, and they were at times pegged back against Sheffield United, but they got the 3 points there and knew how to change things up. And Chris Wood off the bench is a particularly dangerous-looking option against that. Certainly, when you look at height stature against Martinez.
He is, yeah, no, he's good. He's good to have as an option off the bench. Good, proven Premier League goal scorer. Will always get you a goal when you need him to, which is always a positive. But I'm just looking at that forward line. Awoni, Brennan Johnson. It's a really strong front three. That's definitely a top half front three, and I reckon all of those players could play for a top six, certainly. Awoni's so good on the break, and he's really been Forest's saviour. I believe he scored in the last 4 Premier League games they've had. So he's been absolutely vital to them staying in the division and them kicking on hopefully this season. So we'll see what he can offer. In terms of other Nigerians in the side, Ola Aina starts on the right flank, who I believe they brought in the summer. So very strong Nigerian presence here with the Forest side, and I think that a lot of people write them off. I think they should be in to surprise a few people here today, Dean.
Well, that will remain to be seen. Thank you very much. Eds will be back joining him and with all the action from Old Trafford, I should say, against Nottingham Forest as that game kicks off in just under an hour's time. Let's head back to Molly Sumter at the Vitality Stadium. Just before we went to chats with Eds, there's a potential red card for Ivan Perisic for a push, punch. What was it, Molly?
Well, it was completely off the ball, Dean. It was he was in an altercation with a Bournemouth player, and I think as they're both kind of running back onto the pitch, he's just given him a shove, which has made a bit of contact with his face. I think, if I'm being honest, I think he's quite lucky to get away with a yellow on that one, because whilst it doesn't look like necessarily malicious intent, I don't know what he's trying to achieve by giving him this shove. I think different day, different referee. He might be off the pitch, but since then we've had quite a few substitutions as well. Postecoglou making quite a few changes, but Bournemouth have also brought on David Brooks for Antoine Semenyo, and James Maddison has come off the pitch, obviously leaving last week on crutches. It was uncertain as to whether he would manage the entire game, but he has come off and he's been replaced by Oliver Skipp. Giovanni Lo Celso has also come on for Yves Bissouma. That is a big blow to Spurs' midfield. Two players who were playing absolutely brilliantly so far this game, but it does look like a more tactical move to go slightly more defensive for these closing 15 minutes of normal time. I think Spurs just want to keep the game steady, not let any kind of mishaps happen in defence. No more of these unnecessary fouls being drawn by players like Perisic in that situation, and just kind of see this game out and not let it get tainted by any mistakes for Spurs. 75 minutes gone. It's Bournemouth 0, Spurs 2.
So Spurs still 2 goals to the goods. Let's team news starting to come in for ahead of our 3 o'clock kickoffs. There's a London derby happening down in West London, where Brentford, unbeaten in their past 11 London derbies, could set a derby club record today if they can avoid defeats against Crystal Palace, a team who have won just 4 of their last 31 derbies. Jacob Collick has his eyes on the capital. Welcome to the show this afternoon, Jacob. You've got the team news.
I have indeed. It's 2 unchanged sides. Brentford have named an unchanged side after their 3-0 away win over Fulham last week, with Yohan Wissa, Kevin Schade and Brian Mbeumo continuing to lead the line in the absence of the suspended Ivan Toney. Meanwhile, Crystal Palace boss Roy Hodgson has also named an unchanged side after Monday's narrow defeat against Arsenal, with Cheku Doucouré, Eberici Eze and Joachim Andersen all linked with exits this summer starting. I've been having a look in social media, and the Palace fans don't seem overly happy with Jeffrey Schlupp starting, so we'll have to see how he gets on. But as you said, this game feels like it should be relatively one-sided. I mean, it will be tough for Crystal Palace here today. They haven't got Michael Olise, who's injured. Their new signing, Mateus Franca, has still not been able to have his debut as he's out injured, and Wilfred Zaha departed. So the Eagles are going to need to find a way to beat a Brentford side that have just lost only one of their games in their last 16. And as you said, Palace have won only 4 of their last 31 Premier League London derbies, and only one of those wins was away from home. So they're going to really have to play at their very best in order to come away with any points against Brentford. That being said, though, these sides have shared the spoils in each of their last 4 Premier League outings. No Premier League sides have ever drawn each of their first 5. So hopefully that won't be a record we break today. Hopefully we'll see a fair few goals.
Indeed, it's been a bright start to the season for Brentford, who have carried on where they left last season. I think they've won 6 in their last 8, if I'm not right in saying.
Yeah, I mean, Brentford have been honestly a breath of fresh air since they've been promoted to the Premier League. They ended the season last season in less than good form, which just meant they missed out on those European places. But they have done great. And Brian Mbeumo, who was described by former Arsenal and England defender Martin Keown today as being perhaps the most underrated player in the Premier League. If he scores today, he'll become just the 2nd player in history to score in 6 consecutive Premier League London derbies after Thierry Henry. So there's a little bit on the line for not just Brentford, but also for their players.
Well, we'll wait with bated breath on that one. Thank you very much. We will be joining Jacob at the Brentford Community Stadium for that game against Crystal Palace as it kicks off. Let's get another update from the game between Ross County and Rangers, going to the closing moments of that one. Any chances for either side? Any danger of the scoreline changing?
Yeah, we're into the final 10 minutes here, and it's been all Rangers. Danilo, particularly, has been quite a bright spark, substituted on in the 73rd for the Nigerian forward Dessers. He's had a few opportunities. He was put through on goal earlier on with a brilliant last-ditch tackle from Will Nightingale for Ross County to keep the score 2-0 as it remains. But he's also been linking up really well with Tavernier on the right. They actually got into a bit of a miscommunication just on the edge of the area where a loose ball Danilo was about to strike was taken off his toes by Tavernier and would have resulted in the third goal if he'd been able to get his shot off, it seemed. Ross County is still making their presence known. A brilliant free kick from Danda was unable to be met by any Ross County players in the box, and Butland was able to gather quite comfortably. But it was still a really good delivery, and if there'd been a player in the right place, it could have been one goal back for Ross County, and these final few minutes could have been really nervy for the away fans. But as it stands now, heading into the 85th minute, it's still Ross County 0, Rangers 2.
So Rangers certainly on course for 3 points, which will see them draw level on points with Celtic, of having played a game more, and they're looking full value for that with just under 10 minutes or so to go there. Back in our game we're covering in the Premier League at the Vitality Stadium, there's a big injury worry for the away team. It was looking so good for them, but there's just been a bit of a sour note on Tottenham's afternoon. Molly Sumter is here to tell us more about it.
Yeah, it's Destiny Udogie who's been a standout player for Spurs in the last few games. He's kind of passed it back to Vicario, the keeper, and just dropped to the ground. We're not entirely sure what's happened, but the physio came on extremely quickly. He's covered his face with his shirt. I think he knew straight away it wasn't looking good for him. Ben Davies has come on now, almost instantly got his shirt on, so it doesn't look like it's going to be too good for Destiny Udogie. We'll still wait to see exactly what that injury is, but he has come straight off the pitch. He is walking, so that will be good for Spurs fans, but not great for them, as he's definitely been an influential player in this game, been involved in both of those goals, setting them up. So they will miss him. But Ben Davies is on the pitch for them now, just to see these last kind of 10 to 15 minutes through for Spurs. It's 81 minutes gone. Bournemouth 0, Spurs 2.
So Bournemouth 0, Spurs 2 there. Thanks very much, Molly. As I said, team news coming in from the games around the grounds. Let's head back to the Emirates Stadium. Another London derby. Arsenal taking on Fulham. Matt Smith is there for us to bring us bang up to date. Any surprises in the starting 11s there, Matt?
Good afternoon, Dean. Good afternoon, Football Live. All just 5 days on from a hard-fought 1-0 win at Crystal Palace, the Gunners will hope for an easier ride against a team that's struggling at both ends of the pitch. Fulham beat a miserable Everton team on the opening day of the season, only to see Brentford wipe the floor with them in their own backyard last time out. The team news, Dean, is as follows. Aaron Ramsdale is in goal. He's making his 150th Premier League appearance. A back four which a little bit misshapen. Thomas Partey at right back, Ben White and William Saliba at centre-half, so still no starting spot for Gabriel. No Zinchenko at left-back, he's on the bench. It's Jakub Kiwior at left-back. Declan Rice as a holding midfield, Martin Odegaard and Kai Havertz in front of him. Bukayo Saka on one wing, who surpasses Arsenal's club record of playing in successive Premier League games, which is 83. He's the main man at right wing. Gabriel Martinelli at left wing, and Leandro Trossard will be the false nine. Fulham start with Bernd Leno in goal, Kenny Tete at right back, Issa Diop and Calvin Bassey, the Super Eagle Nigerian centre-half, left-back Anthony Robinson. Three central midfielders of Andreas Pereira, João Paulinho and Sasa Lukic. Harrison Reed sits on the bench to start this one. Harry Wilson plays right wing, Bobby Di Cordova-Reid at left wing, and number 7 for Fulham, Raul Jimenez. There's been 81 goals scored at the Emirates since the start of last season, which is more than any other stadium. Fingers crossed for more goals today. It's Arsenal versus Fulham, kicking off in around 45 minutes.
Brilliant. Thanks very much for that, Matt. And we'll be coming, of course, over to the Emirates Stadium as soon as the game kicks off there between Arsenal and Fulham. Now, there has been a chance, I believe, for Ross County, a big chance in the game there as they take on Rangers. How close were they to getting themselves back in it, Luke?
Oh, they couldn't have got any closer. It was pulled off the line by Seema, the striker that had been brought on for Rangers earlier on. He's had some good chances in the other end, but he was really important for his side here today in his own box, clearing a header off the line. Dan just stood over a free kick for Ross County just outside the area, whipped the ball into the back post, and it looked like Will Nightingale was there for a tap-in, an easy finish to bring the game back to 2-1 for Ross County. But Seema was there on the line, headed it clear, got it away, and he's kept the clean sheet intact for them now. Really, it's open. It's really open at the moment, and Ross County are pushing here, really trying to get something from the game, even if it's just to score a goal. But Rangers are holding firm, and as I say, an unexpected clearance off the line from a centre forward, but he was in the right place when he was needed to keep the clean sheet for Rangers and to keep the score as it remains, which is Ross County 0, Rangers 2 into the 89th minute.
Brilliant. Thank you very much for that, Luke. Let's head back to the Vitality Stadium and see how Tottenham settled. They were forced into that change. Adoki being replaced by Ben Davies. They were seeing the game out last, we heard, but have things changed a bit? Have Bournemouth thrown the kitchen sink at Tottenham? What's going on, Molly?
Well, I think Bournemouth, they've looked a little bit flat. They've just made one more change. They've taken off Philip Billing and put on Kiefer Moore instead. Now, with the Spurs team that we got on the pitch currently with all the changes, you wouldn't expect them to be going forward as much as the original team that we had playing. So they're not quite as attacking as the first half, but definitely still getting forward, still getting those last-minute chances in. It does look a little bit done and dusted for Bournemouth, who are finding the scraps they can, but nothing's really coming for them. Spurs holding strong with that bank of the midfield and the defence, and obviously the attack as well, all doing their bit to see this game out. It is looking like it's going to be a Spurs victory, but we never, ever know. It's coming into the 88th minute. It's Bournemouth 0, Spurs 2.
Brilliant, thank you. We're into the final minutes there at the Vitality Stadium. There's 4 minutes of injury time in the game between Ross County and Rangers. Will be joining Luke shortly for the commotion. The commotion? Not sure what word that is for the end of that game. Let's just change track just momentarily. A bit of transfer news. Dean Henderson due to undergo a medical at Crystal Palace today ahead of a potential move from Manchester United. So big changes there. So that leaves Manchester United short, and I believe that they've already got their eyes and their eggs lined up, or their ducks lined up. I really should think about my phrases before I say them. The ducks are lined up. They've got another keeper in play, but we'll see what the transfer merry-go-round happens as we approach the final week or so of the season. So just to go through the games we're covering on Football Live today, the 12:30 kickoffs. It's Bournemouth 0, Tottenham Hotspur 2, Ross County 0, Rangers 2 in the Scottish Premier League. We'll be getting all the action from the Bundesliga game between Bochum and Dortmund. And in the English Premier League, the games between Arsenal, Fulham, Brentford, Crystal Palace, Everton, Wolves and Manchester United, Nottingham Forest. We're in the closing moments of both of our games, and let's just catch up again with Molly just to see if Bournemouth have found a second gear or a third gear or a fourth gear, whatever gear they need to get into to try and find their way back into this one. Just hearing there's going to be 8 minutes of added time in that game as well. With the introduction of Moore, of course, he scored twice in this fixture for Bournemouth last season. Has he had any chances in the few minutes he's been on the pitch?
I don't think so, and it doesn't look like he's going to. To be honest, most of the Bournemouth players are walking around the pitch. They are looking a bit deflated and a bit lacking in ideas, I think is the best way to put it for them. They've really struggled to get past this Spurs side today. You have to give credit where it's due. Spurs have played incredibly well, but Bournemouth haven't offered them much in terms of a challenge to get past them. They're going back to the keeper. They're not looking to get forward too much. Obviously, we do have best part of 10 minutes of added time, so they do have a chance to make something happen, but it doesn't look like they've quite got that creativity. Obviously, Kiefer Moore on the pitch, somebody who loves a goal in this fixture, but it will have to come from behind him, and the work will have to be put in before the ball gets to him, which I can't quite see happening at the moment. It's the 91st minute. It's Bournemouth 0, Spurs 2.
Thank you for that, Molly. Just also hearing that James Maddison was awarded man of the match in that game. Unsurprising, scoring his first goal in the Tottenham shirt there this afternoon, as well as being heavily involved in all of the good things Tottenham did in the first half. They dominated. Second half was very much going Bournemouth's way until that goal from Kulusevski after a couple of changes. Let's get some more team news now. Let's go to the game. Let's go to the game at Everton at Goodison Park. They're hosting Wolves, who were pointless, both teams pointless after the first two games, but it's fair to say it's not all sweet for the Toffees at the moment. Potential Vesta pulling out earlier this week. Wolves frustrated not to get more from the game at Old Trafford. Who needs the points more in what potentially could be an early relegation 6-pointer? Well, let's find out with our reporter, Richard Bond. Good afternoon, Richard. How are you doing?
Not too bad, Dean. Good afternoon, and good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to a rather tense Goodison Park, where we're just 3 games in. The huge matchup between two sides desperately looking to get their seasons going in Everton and Wolves. Both sides are pointless from those first 2 games, occupy the bottom 2 places in the Premier League table at the moment. Sean Dyche's Everton smarting from that 4-0 reverse at last Sunday, when the two sides knocked to score a goal in the current campaign, and if troubles weren't bad enough, they'll have to do without key striker Dominic Calvert-Lewin, after the England striker suffered a fractured cheekbone against the Villains. He's replaced today, as he was last week, by Lagos-born Arnat Danjuma. Nigerian Alex Iwobi's hamstring injury also puts him on the sidelines with Seamus Coleman and Dwight McNeil, whilst Jack Harrison's not quite match fit for selection. Dyche unsurprisingly switched things around with 3 changes, total homegrown youngsters Jared Braithwaite and Lewis Dobbin, both given an opportunity to impress. New signing Yusuf Chemity is on the bench, will likely get some minutes later on in the game after his move from Sporting Lisbon though. As to Wolves, after a solid showing against United on opening day, much like the Toffees, they hit a side in full flow in Brighton, conceding 4 goals in the first hour for substitute Hwang Hee-chan scored a consolation for new boss Gary O'Neill's side. Hwang, a scorer in the previous 2 matches between the two sides, comes in to start in one of 2 changes, replacing Man City target Matheus Nunez, who's suspended, whilst Hugo Bueno is drafted in at fullback. He may be cagey and both sides aren't the most frequent of scorers, but both will be looking to win this game, so I'm expecting a bit more of an open game than perhaps expected. We're about half an hour or so away from kick-off at Goodison Park. It's starting to build up here. It's going to be tense. It's Everton against Wolves.
Brilliant. Thank you, Richard. Looking forward to that one. Let's get a quick full time from the game between Ross County and Rangers. Luke, it finished 2-0. Go pretty much comfortable. Rangers saw out the final couple of minutes.
Yeah, it's very much job well done for Michael Beale's side today. Kamar Roof getting the opening goal for them after having 16 months away from starting lineup. He'll be pleased to get off the mark there for the new season. Followed by a wonder goal from James Tavernier from 20 yards out, top corner. It was enough for them to see through Ross County today, who had some chances of their own and will maybe be disappointed that they couldn't get something from the game today. But attention now for Rangers turns to their second leg fixture against PSV in the Champions League qualification match. And they'll really be happy to get out of here with 3 points and return to the summit of the SPL for the time being, albeit with a game in hand on their rivals in Glasgow, Celtic, who play later this weekend. It's final full-time result: Ross County 0, Rangers 2.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Luke Charlton there, bringing us up to date with the happenings in the Scottish Premier League. We're into the 6th minute of added time in the game at the Vitality Stadium. It's Bournemouth 0, Tottenham Hotspur 2 still there. Now, we're going to head back to Nigeria, head back to the studio in FJ. Hopefully, you were satisfied with my Brian Dean answer. And, of course, we gave you the transfer news about Dean Henderson. How many more facts do you need to know about Dean's as we head back over to the studio in Nigeria?
You are listening to Football Live. Powered by NairaBet. Live and exclusive on Brila FM.
Sports Radio 88.9 Brila FM.
You are listening to Football Live. Live and exclusive on Brila FM.
Take Brila anywhere, everywhere.
Yes, you can take Brila with you anywhere, everywhere.
The Brila app is available for free download on Google Play. It is also there on the Apple iTunes Store. Yes, on Google Play and the Apple iTunes Store.
Look out for the Brila football and microphone logo with the letters BRILA in green colour.
That is our authentic app. It gives you Brila FM, Brila.net, brillasports.tv and all the extra betting tips, live score, plus our Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Google Plus and YouTube posts.
Sports fun. You can post your videos and eyewitness reports.
Brila, B-R-I-L-A. Available for download on Google Play and the Apple iTunes Store.
Around the grounds, chasing the goals.
A goal that is going to blow open the title race in the Bundesliga.
Well, this wasn't supposed to happen.
It's been an unbelievable day here on Football Live.
4 hours of football every Saturday and Sunday on Brila FM with Football Live.
Sports Radio 88.9 Brila FM.
You are listening to Football Live. Powered by NairaBet. Live and exclusive on Brila FM. You are listening to Football Live. Powered by NairaBet. Live and exclusive on Brila FM.
Sports Radio 88.9 Brila FM.
You are listening to Football Live. Live and exclusive on Brila FM.
Take Brila anywhere, everywhere.
Yes, you can take Brila with you anywhere, everywhere.
The Brila app is available for free download on Google Play. It is also there on the Apple iTunes Store. Yes, on Google Play and the Apple iTunes Store.
Look out for the Brila football and microphone logo with the letters BRILA in green colour.
That is our authentic app. It gives you Brila FM, Brila.net, BrilaSports.tv and all the extra betting tips, live score, plus our Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Google Plus and YouTube posts.
Sports fun. You can post your videos and eyewitness reports.
Brila, B-R-I-L-A. Available for download on Google Play and the Apple iTunes Store.
Around the grounds, chasing the goals.
A goal that is going to blow open the title race in the Bundesliga.
Well, this wasn't supposed to happen.
It's been an unbelievable day here on Football Live.
4 hours of football every Saturday and Sunday on Brila FM with Football Live.
Sports Radio 88.9 Brila FM.
You are listening to Football Live. Powered by NairaBet. Live and exclusive on Brila FM. You are listening to Football Live. Powered by NairaBet. With Dean Kilford.
Our featured match. Welcome back from the Bundesliga this afternoon. Sees Bochum looking for a quick change in fortunes following their hammering at the hands of Stuttgart. They take on a Dortmund team looking to start the season with back-to-back wins as they try to vanquish the demons of their title capitulation on the final day of last season. Matthew Key is covering this one, and there's already been a goal.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
But Matthew, has it gone the way we've expected?
No, Dean, in a simple word. Hello, Football Live listeners. Hello, Dean. And no, it's a shock start here because Bochum, who, as you said, were hammered last week by Stuttgart 5-0, who have taken the lead against Dortmund. It's a bit of a local derby, this one. East Germany, only 12 miles separating them, and it's the home side that have got off to a fantastic start, and you have to say it's nothing less than they deserve. The goal itself was fantastic. It was a long ball from the goalkeeper to Max Wittek, who was making a run from wing-back. He cushioned the ball down with his chest, and onto it ran Kevin Stoiger, and with a brilliant left-footed volley, he found the bottom corner. Absolutely fantastic goal, and the Bochum fans went absolutely crazy. They're loving the start they're seeing from their team here. Much better than last week already, and they're 1-0 up. 21 minutes gone, and it's Bochum 1, Dortmund 0.
And what a goal it was indeed. Thank you very much, Matt. We'll be back with you, I'm sure, very, very shortly as we keep you up to date with the goals in the Bundesliga. We left you in the closing stages of the Premier League lunchtime kickoff between Bournemouth and Tottenham. As you heard, it finished 2-0 for the visiting team. Here with the full-time reports is Molly Sumpter.
Thanks, Dean. It's a continued unbeaten run for Spurs and Ange Postecoglou, who actually celebrates his 58th birthday tomorrow. So you could say it was an early birthday present for him with the way his team have played today. The Spurs rebuild is proving extremely effective, with the likes of James Maddison and Yves Bissouma really shining as a duo today. As you mentioned, James Maddison picking up a goal and man of the match today. This result leaves Spurs top of the table, at least for now. Bournemouth, on the other hand, will have to go to Brentford away, looking for their first win of the season, which definitely will not be an easy task. It will be a performance to forget for the Cherries, who almost looked a little bit lost today. Dean really couldn't find their feet after that James Maddison opening goal, not really offering Spurs much in terms of creativity from the midfield, working through to the attack. It was another strong display from this new and, dare we say, improved Spurs side. It's ended Bournemouth 0, Spurs 2.
So Bournemouth 0, Spurs 2. Thank you so much, Molly. The Spurs go marching on to the top of the early Premier League table. Of course, there are plenty of teams that can overtake them. And one of those teams being Arsenal, who are in action in just a few minutes' time at home to Fulham. And later on in the evening kickoff, Brighton Hove Albion, one of the other teams with a 100% record, they are at home to West Ham United, the team with a very, very good records, unbeaten in all of their games against West Ham United since their promotion to the Premier League, and looking to carry on following back-to-back 4-1 wins. But the top of the table, as it stands, does see Tottenham Hotspur sitting atop of the Premier League table, Brighton Hove Albion in second place, Arsenal in third, and Manchester City in fourth. I can tell you there have been goals elsewhere in the Bundesliga in the game between Darmstadt and Union Berlin. An early goal for Robin Gosens gave Union Berlin the shock lead there with a quite stunning goal from the edge of the area. Their afternoon, that's about as bright as it got. Brendan Aronson received 2 yellow cards in the space of a couple of minutes and seen red. So Union Berlin down to 10 men, and they've just conceded an equaliser. Marvin Merhelm has equalised for Darmstadt there. So about 25 minutes gone in the Bundesliga. It's Darmstadt 1, Union Berlin 1. Elsewhere in the Bundesliga, as you've heard, our key featured game, it's Bochum 1, Dortmund 0. It's FC Köln 0, Wolfsburg 0, Freiburg 0, Werder Bremen 0. Heidenheim 0, Hoffenheim 0 rounds off the games that kicked off just under half an hour ago there in Germany. So let's turn our attentions to the 3 o'clock kickoffs, and let's just check in at Old Trafford. Fever pitch is starting to mount, I believe. The home fans, it's not been a great start to the season, but they still have 3 points on the board, and they've got this excellent home record. What remains to be seen is how they'll take on this Nottingham Forest team, who have got a bit themselves to prove. Edward Dowling is there. How are things feeling ahead of kickoff?
Well, I've just seen a massive Glazers flag going throughout the crowd. The green and yellow scarves are out. So not the best, but that's been a consistent theme throughout the last few years. So I don't know if that's an indictment of Erik ten Hag at this stage. We'll have to wait and see. But I think it's cautious at the moment, cautiously optimistic perhaps, but I fear if United do not get all 3 points here, the pressure will start to mount on Erik ten Hag. I think the main criticism so far have been the transfers. I think there's a lot of criticism of Mason Mount being bought. He hasn't really offered too much, and of course now he's injured, and obviously Anthony, who I believe has really borne the main brunt of fan unhappiness so far. So it remains to see as to how they perform today. He has changed it up a little bit, which I think should lend some enthusiasm to the fans here at Old Trafford. But Forest are dangerous on the break, and I think their away form is steadily improving, and it'll be a lot better than it was last season. So we'll have to wait and see. I think the likes of Brendan Johnson, counter-attacking against that lethargic Man United defence that we saw last week could spell danger for the Reds. But we'll have to wait and see. As I said before, I think United should get the 3 points in this game. If they don't, I think it would spell really big trouble for the boss there at Old Trafford.
As we heard, our betting expert Ayo Alabe was giving us the latest odds, and Man United overwhelming favourites. And Martial coming back into the starting 11. Has that been received well from the home fans?
Yes, I think so. The big cheer went up when his name was read out, and I'm seeing a lot of fans online praising that decision. I think I understand why he's brought in. I think he can hold the play a lot better. He looks a lot more comfortable in that 9 position than Rashford. I think the experiment of Rashford at 9 has to end, to be honest. He's really good coming in off the left and scoring goals. He's not someone that leads the line, in my personal opinion. And he looked a bit lost in that last game against Spurs, to be honest. I think the centre-backs dealt with him really easily. So the changes, hopefully, would be for the good if you're a United fan. But we'll see. Anthony Martial has been very inconsistent during his time at Old Trafford. So we'll wait and see if he can make a difference. But it's a different proposition for Manchester United fans than it was the last sort of 2 games that we've seen so far. So we'll see what kind of difference they can make. I'd expect them to start on the front foot here today. Otherwise, as I said before, there could be trouble.
Indeed, certainly, especially with the fans already in protesting mood. Well, thank you very much, Ed. Kick-off just a couple of minutes away at Old Trafford. Let's head over to the Emirates Stadium. Arsenal taking on Fulham. Arsenal, 100% records. Now suddenly looking up at their North London rivals, who are top of the table, at least momentarily. How much praise should we give Mikel Arteta, Matt, for what he's done to this club? He's been given the time to do it. He's been there. It's his 4th season now. How much credit should he get?
I think he's due an enormous amount of credit, I believe. I think in terms of, this is almost a testing time now with the fullbacks out that he has, injuries and suspensions. He's able to shift people around and the players trust him enough to go and do a job at left back or right back or elsewhere. So I think what he did last season and to get them to second is a massive achievement. Arsenal fans will look at that and go, okay, we may have bottled it towards the end of the season, but it's positive nonetheless. And I think if they carry on in a similar vein, they will challenge City again. As much as City are, well, I say leagues above everyone else, Arsenal are a close second.
Certainly are, and you look at the youth. I think the thing, if you're an Arsenal fan, that's going to give you such joy is this. They're only going to blossom. They're early 20s, early mid-20s. That gives them room to improve and grow. And surely, as they add in players such as Declan Rice, I mean, what a big change this is going to make to him him being in that squad just to shore up that midfield. It's an excellent addition. And then now we've got the number one battle, 2 number one goalkeepers. We heard our callers talking earlier online about the need for bringing in Raya, but competition for place is surely a good thing.
Yeah, I believe so. I think the callers are probably correct, I would say. I think David Raya has been brought in a similar vein. When you think of Manchester United, Alec Telles was brought in as a sort of competition for Luke Shaw, and then Luke Shaw, he upped it a level. And Malacia has been brought in, and Luke Shaw's upped it a level. So I think it's a similar vein to that. I do believe David Raya is a very competent goalkeeper, and as is Ramsdale. But I think Ramsdale maybe didn't have that competition behind him. Matt Turner's gone elsewhere. So I think with David Raya sort of almost right on his... in his shadow, Aaron Ramsdale will have to up it a gear.
And that can only be positive, considering the season that Ramsdale had last season. Lastly, from a Fulham point of view, sorry, you still there, Matt? Sorry, I lost your motor. No, in fact, we'll just break away there for you as the connection's just gone down. Let's just head over quickly to the game. In fact, there's been a goal.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
Well, just like that, we just lost connection with Matt, and there's been a goal at the game at the Emirates Stadium, but it's not gone the way you would expect. It's Arsenal 0, Fulham 1. Unbelievable there. A goal inside 2 minutes for Fulham. Pereira scoring inside the 2nd minute. And, well... unbelievable stuff. Arsenal 0, Fulham 1. We'll get back with Matt as soon as we can to bring you more details of that goal. So within the opening 2 minutes, Fulham have taken the lead. An awful record in London Derbies. They've never won away against Arsenal, but they've taken the lead inside 2 minutes at the Emirates Stadium. Meanwhile, whilst we go back to Matt momentarily, I believe there's been another goal in the game at Old Trafford. Manchester United taking on Nottingham Forest.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
And this game, we went for the odds for both of these games, and both of them were overwhelming home favourites. Well, the goal lines and the scoreline say otherwise. Awoniyi is at it again. The Nigerian has scored inside 2 minutes for Nottingham Forest. It's the away team that lead at Old Trafford. It's the away team that lead at Emirates. Let's waste no time talking. Let's head to the Emirates Stadium, and that goal scored by Pereira inside 2 minutes with Matt Smith.
Oh my goodness me. Arsenal fans, look away now. It's a terrible opening minute, shall I say. It's just gone over the 1 minute mark. And it's Bukayo Saka, bless him, who's given the ball away deep within his own half. And he's just sort of been a lazy pass backwards. And there's no Arsenal defender there. It's Andreas Pereira who's there instead. He picks the ball up and from about 35, 40 yards out, notices that Ramsdale is out of position and just very, very simply almost passes it past Ramsdale. His positioning is terrible. We spoke about the goalkeeping situation. We know that Ramsdale likes to play almost as like Manuel Neuer likes to play as another defender. But he's way out of it. He's over to the left, he's over to the right, he's coming, he's going, and Andreas Pereira is that clever sort of footballer that goes, right, I'm going to test you here. And it is Arsenal 0, Fulham 1 in the opening 2 minutes. Can you believe it?
Unbelievable stuff there at the Emirates Stadium. The curse of the commentators indeed there. The curse of the commentators at Old Trafford as well, where Edward Dowling was saying, surely the home team were going to have a fast start, but how wrong we were.
Oh, dear. Taiwo Awoniyi, take a bow. That is such an exceptional goal from the Nigerian. It's a corner to Manchester United, if you could believe it. The ball gets cleared. There's a head-on from Gibbs-White. He just heads it on to Awoniyi. He just runs straight through the Man United defence. They can't catch him. He's clear of everyone within 10 yards. It's absolutely exceptional physical play. Then he has to compose just a slot past Onana. He doesn't even really celebrate. It's such a good counter-attacking goal. It's exactly what we mentioned before, Dean. He can cause you trouble at any level. Taiwo Awoniyi, what a brilliant goal. What a fantastic start here at Old Trafford for the away side. It's Manchester United 0, Nottingham Forest 1, 2 minutes on the clock.
Well, unbelievable stuff at Old Trafford. Manchester United looking for a fast start and conceding a goal inside the opening 2 minutes. And could their afternoon get from bad to worse? There's been another goal!
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
Well, their afternoon has gone from bad to worse. Willie Bowley has doubled the away side's lead inside 4 minutes at Old Trafford. What a start for the visitors. Manchester United 0, Nottingham Forest 2. Awaniyi with an absolute scorcher inside 2 minutes. And now Willie Bowley has doubled their lead inside the 4th minute. This is unbelievable stuff. We spoke about Manchester United's unbelievable record against Nottingham Forest. They've won their previous 10 games in all competitions. Nottingham Forest have won only one of the last 20. Well, they could be they're in a very good position to break that record. We'll be over back with it very, very shortly to hear details of that second goal from Bowley. Meanwhile, let's head to the game down at... Let's head to the game at Goodison Park. Everton taking on Wolverhampton Wanderers. Richard Bond is there. The early stage of this one, it's a 6-pointer maybe already at these early stages of the season. Everton and Wolves both struggling for confidence and maybe goals. Who's had the better of the opening exchanges, Richard?
Well, it's been a bit of both so far. It's been quite feisty. A few challenges have been thrown in the midfield. Idris Gueye's been warned already. Now I think one more of them, he's going to be in the book. He just scythed through Pedro Neto. Neto himself then broke free about a minute later, then down the left-hand side. He whipped a nice ball in. Lamina came in on the back post trying to get ahead, but it went straight at Jordan Pickford. That's the only real opportunity of halves we've had so far in this first 5 minutes. But like I said earlier on, it's going to be nervy, it's going to be tense today. Both sides need to get something from this match. But at the moment, it's Everton 0, Wolves 0.
So Everton 0, Wolves 0 in a must-win game, you might think, for both of those sides. Meanwhile, let's hear about that shocking second goal at Old Trafford. Nottingham Forest, their fans are in elation already.
It's absolutely awful for Manchester United. So Forest score the first goal. About 20 seconds go by and they get a free kick right into United territory. The ball comes in. There's Bolly. He's unmarked at the back post. He just heads it in for 2-0. I can't believe what I'm watching here. I really can't believe I'm watching. So good from Forest, but Manchester United, wow. If the pressure wasn't on beforehand, it certainly is now. 2-0 to visitors here at Old Trafford. It could 3 at this point, I don't know. It's absolutely mental here at Old Trafford.
Well, Nottingham Forest playing like the home team at the Theatre of Dreams. 2 goals to the good and absolutely in control. No one saw that coming ahead of this game. Meanwhile, let's head over to the other Premier League game, kick-off at 3 o'clock. That's down at the Brentford Community Stadium. Brentford are taking on Crystal Palace. Our man in place there is Jacob Collick. Good afternoon, Jacob. Good to hear from you again. How's this one started?
I'm afraid, unlike the other games, it started quite slowly. And if the weather's anything to go by, it's only going to get worse. It's beginning to just start really rain heavily down. But neither side has had much of a shot or much of a chance of any kind. So if you're looking for goals, you better luck trying with either of the other games. So far, it's still 0-0 with Brentford and Palace both just trying to find a way into this game. But it's all currently a bit messy as we enter into the 7th minute.
So still goalless there in the games between Brentford and Crystal Palace. Maybe no surprise, lack of chances there. Games between the two sides always tight. The previous 4 games all draws. This could make it 5 on the bounce, which would be a Premier League record. Meanwhile, let's check back to the Bundesliga over in Germany. Bochum taking on Dortmund. Bochum with a shock lead with a stunning goal. Last we heard of Dortmund finding their feet and getting their way back into this one. Let's join Matthew Key.
Yes, well, it's certainly the day of shock so far here on Football Live, but no, still 1-0 that Bochum lead due to that early goal they scored. And to be honest, Borussia Dortmund have not really done anything in response. The first 15 minutes they were quite sharp, knocking it around not quite nicely, but haven't really created too much since going behind. And it's really suiting Bochum's style of play now. They've got the early goal, they can just sit back, offer threat on the counter-attack and just say to Dortmund, hey, we've got the lead, come and break us down. And Dortmund haven't been able to do that at all. We've just seen a shot fly over the bar. That was Nemecha, the new signing for Dortmund. Nowhere near going in. Bochum will be very happy at this point. It's 40 minutes gone and they lead Borussia Dortmund by 1-0.
So 1-0 there. I earlier told you about the other game in the Bundesliga with goals. That was Darmstadt equalising against Union Berlin. Union Berlin, of course, were down to 10 men. Well, since I last updated you, there's been 2 further goals. They've gone to the away side. Despite being down to 10 men, Gossens added a second, and just moments ago, Berens has made it 3-1 inside the first 40 minutes for the visiting team. So it's Darmstadt 1, Union Berlin 3. Elsewhere in the Bundesliga, FC Köln 0, Wolfsburg 0, Freiburg 0, Werder Bremen 0, and it's Heidenheim 1, Hoffenheim 0. So that brings you bang up to date with the scorelines in Germany in the Bundesliga. Let's head back to the Emirates Stadium and see how Arsenal have responded to going behind to that very, very early Pereira goal. Our man there is Matt Smith. Matt, any signs of a quick recovery and a quick response from the Gunners?
Well, I'll give them their due. I think they are. They're really turning it up the past sort of 5 minutes, 6 minutes since the goal. Arsenal have controlled possession instantly after the goal. They've had to settle down a little bit. I think it was just a matter of laziness, a little bit of sort of laziness from Bukayo Saka, just sort of thinking, Fulham won't be on us like a rash, like they certainly were. So it was a bit of a wake-up call for Arsenal. They started quite slowly, a bit lazy, inconsistency, a little bit of laziness, but they're controlling the possession again. They're having a few half chances here and there. But Fulham will be happy with this. That I would argue that Marco Silva may want to park the bus for the remaining 81 minutes. I know I would. It's Arsenal 0, Fulham 1 after 9 minutes.
So Fulham with the lead in Arsenal against Arsenal at the Emirates Stadium. The last time Arsenal conceded the goal inside the first minutes was a game last season against Bournemouth. A game they actually went down by 2-0, an early goal in the second half. They came back to win that one 3-2, and that was the moment when they really did believe that potentially, just got eyes everywhere. Southampton, of course, they conceded early doors as well in that game. So they have got a habit of conceded early goals and not being at it from kickoff. Arsenal got a lot to do to get themselves back into this one, but potentially starting to get on the front foot. Let's head back to the Brentford Community Stadium. Brentford taking on Crystal Palace. Goalless without really many chances last time we heard, but that statistic has now changed, has it not, Jacob Collick?
Yeah, we've had a couple good runs from Edouard. Great interplay between him and Eberechi Eze. The two of them just playing very, very well together. There was a chance a couple of minutes ago, Eze sending Edouard on goal, but the Brentford defenders doing their job brilliantly as they tend to do. And just recently, again, Edouard instead just sending Eze in on goal, but the pass was just a bit too strong and the ball went out of play for a goal kick. As it stands, it's 0-0. Both teams are beginning to edge their way into it.
Excellent stuff. Thank you very much. Chances starting to flow there as the goals have flown elsewhere. Let's see how Manchester United's response has been at Old Trafford. 2 goals down inside 4 minutes to Nottingham Forest. And Nottingham Forest on course for more last time we heard. Has the tide turned?
It's a tricky one, Dean. It's a really tricky one. We're just seeing Forest dropped off about 10 yards and just camping inside their own box. And United are just sort of pushing it around, not really creating anything of note within the first 10 minutes. So I've been taken aback, really, by how poor not only have the United's defence been, but the rest of the team is just nothing being offered. Martial, I don't think has even kicked the ball yet. And the Forest game plan of waiting, being compact and hitting them on the break has worked to absolute perfection. And, set piece and a counter-attack, it's an absolute masterclass so far from Nottingham Forest. I'd expect United to grow into this a bit more. If they concede one more, I don't know. Old Trafford is definitely silent right now. Quite a sight to behold, Dean, but 10 minutes gone and it's 2-0 here to the away side.
So Forest 2 goals to the goods. Last time we heard down at the Emirates, it was Arsenal 0, Fulham 1, but Arsenal building into it and have had a big chance, I believe, Matt Smith.
They have. It was a scramble over the box. It's been whipped in by Ben White, who's, I think, just switching with Kivior at right back and left back a lot of the time. It's Ben White's whipped it in all the way back to Bukayo Saka, who's maybe looking to try and fix his error early on in this game, and he's headed it. He's sort of flicked it back towards the centre to the penalty spot. Who Kai Havertz is waiting, but it's a great bit of defending from Issa Diop, who is able to put him off. And it's a sort of wayward shot. Bukayo Saka heads it again, but then it's collected by Bernd Leno. So that was all within the 6-yard box. So Arsenal are knocking on the door, and I think they may, Fulham may maybe leak a goal here and there in this first half, especially if they don't shore up that back four. It's 13 minutes played. Arsenal 0, Fulham 1.
So Arsenal knocking on the door, as are Everton at Goodison Park. It's not been happy times for the Toffees in recent weeks or recent years even, but they're starting to get their foot into this game, Richard Bonds.
Yes, they're starting to get their foot into this one indeed, and it's through the midfield areas I think they're starting to get a bit more on top of. Doucouré made a really good tackle to win the ball back in the centre of the park. He fed Lewis Dobbin, who started really impressively down that left-hand side. He's taken on his man, gone in, played through Danjuma, who looks full of running today. His effort from the edge of the area whisked just over the top of the crossbar to the ooze of the Goodison Park crowd. They're getting behind the team, and Everton looking the brighter of the two after 15 minutes played. Everton 0, Wolves 0.
So still goalless there, as it is down at the Brentford Community Stadium, where last we heard Palace were starting to get on top and starting to create some chances. Is that still the case, Jacob?
I mean, both sides are beginning to really come into this. Eze nicked the ball off of a Brentford midfielder and made a great run, but his shot was just a bit too tame, ending up safely in the palms of the goalkeeper. But since then, Brentford have been on the attack, pushing forward, trying to get all their players forward, probably trying to earn themselves a free kick or two. Crystal Palace are notoriously bad at defending set pieces, so Brentford will be hoping to win a few corners, win a few set pieces over the course of the game. It's still 0-0, but it's beginning to pick up a bit.
It's still 0-0 there. Let's just run through the scorelines quickly in the lunchtime game. It finished Bournemouth 0, Tottenham Hotspur 2. Currently, it's Arsenal 0, Fulham 1, Brentford 0, Crystal Palace 0, Everton 0, Wolves 0, and Manchester United 0, Nottingham Forest 2. The away teams very much having their fun in the Premier League so far. Let's run through the scorelines quickly in the Championship in England. It's currently the games with goals. It's Birmingham City 1, Plymouth 0. It's Huddersfield 0, Norwich City 1, Ipswich Town 1, Leeds United 2, and Rotherham 0, Leicester City 1. They're the goals in the Championship. We're into added time at the game we're covering in the Bundesliga between Bochum and Dortmund. Meanwhile, there's been a big chance back at Goodison Park. Let's join Richard Bond to find out which way it's gone.
Well, it's gone back to the Toffees, and Everton on top at the moment, and it's gone to Danjuma. It was a really good opportunity. Onana this time winning the ball in midfield, and they're really starting to push on top here. They played a really great ball splitting through the defence. Danjuma's run onto it. He smashed an effort looking for the bottom left-hand corner. Sarr's got a hand onto it, and he's pushed it onto the post, and it's just gone wide. It might have been a tough call. The referee did raise his flag for offside, but I think if you looked on VAR, that might have been ruled in. If it had been, it might have been given on that one. So Everton, the better of the two sides here so far. 50 minutes gone. Everton 0, Wolves 0.
So Everton on top at Goodison Park. Meanwhile, there's been a third goal at Old Trafford.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
And it's not game over. Manchester United back in this one. Christian Eriksen with the goal to get Manchester United back into that one. We'll be joining Ed very shortly to get the details of that. But meanwhile, there's been yet another goal.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
At the Brentford Community Stadium. Last we heard it was all Crystal Palace, but it's Brentford who have taken the lead in that game. Brentford 1, Crystal Palace 0. So goals in all the games except the game at, games at all the games except the game at Goodison Park, where the woodwork has been rattled. Let's hear about that goal at Old Trafford that has got Manchester United back in this one with our reporter Ed Dowling. Ed, deserved goal. Last we heard Nottingham Forest were on top.
Yeah, a good bit of quality for Manchester United. It's well worked, slow bit from the back, and it's Eriksen just finds himself on the edge of the box and just passes it into net. Really nice goal. Do they deserve that? I'm not too sure. Casemiro dived in very recklessly on a challenge just before that wasn't given. It was given as a throw-in the end. So there's some controversy there, I think. But to be honest, I think that's fine. Yeah, game on here at Old Trafford, 2-1 to the away side.
So Manchester United back in it at Old Trafford. Manchester United 1, Nottingham Forest 2. Let's hear about that Brentford goal at the Brentford Community Stadium against Crystal Palace with our reporter Jacob Collick.
It was an absolutely superb bit of play from Kevin Schade, Brentford's newest signing, scoring his first goal for the club. Just a fantastic run from him down the right-hand side of the pitch. One-on-one with a Crystal Palace defender, works his way into the box, flicking the ball between and just pinging it into the far corner of the net. There was absolutely no chance for the Crystal Palace keeper to ever get a hand on that. It was a superb goal. And as the rain starts pouring down, hopefully we'll see some more goals pouring in. As we enter the 19th minute, it's Brentford 1, Crystal Palace 0.
Goals happening. Thank you very much for that, Jacob. Let's get up to date with the scorelines in the Bundesliga. The half-time has now come in. Bochum 1, Dortmund 0, the half-time score. And here with that half-time report is our reporter, Matthew Key.
Yeah, half-time 1-0 to the home side, and they've been fantastic ever since they've gone ahead. Thanks to that Kevin Stoger, absolute worldie of a goal. They've played so well. I mean, looking at the stats at half-time, they've had 12 shots, 5 on target, as opposed to Dortmund's 7 with just 1 on target. For the away side. Dortmund were poor last week. They've been poor so far today, and they need to work really hard in this second half if they want to turn this one around. The likes of Marco Reus and Adeyemi on the bench waiting to make an impact. I think they're going to need to do so. Half time here in Germany, and it's Bochum 1, Borussia Dortmund 0.
Thank you very much for that, Matthew. Dortmund with it all to do in the second half if they're to get back into that one. Meanwhile, I have the half-time scores. It's Darmstadt 1, Union Berlin 3. Union Berlin down to 10 men for the majority of that first half as well. It's FC Köln 0, Wolfsburg 0, Freiburg 0, Werder Bremen 0, and Heidenheim 1, Hoffenheim 0. That brings you bang up to date with the scorelines in Germany at half-time. Meanwhile, there's been a big chance at the Emirates Stadium. Arsenal looking on the door, but haven't quite been able to break it down. Matt Smith.
No, you're right. They haven't been able to. It's another sort of... it's coming from deep again on that left side. That's where a lot of the Arsenal chances are coming from. They're sort of on that left, but it's a corner from that side this time, and it's swung all the way in. It's flicked on by Kai Havertz, which is, that big stature is helping a great deal. And it's Bukayo Saka again, who has a sort of a scuffed shot, but it's cleared away. So Arsenal, like I said, are knocking on the door. They're having corner after corner. They've got 75% of the possession. Partey and Kivior in possession of the ball are becoming those inverted fullbacks. So it's almost, another pairing of midfielders. So they're really mobbing that midfield. Arsenal are all over Fulham here, but they're sort of being frantic in their attacks a little bit. Their loose passes, their loose touches are ending up with a big tackle and a potential looking at yellow cards. But talking about yellow cards, Raul Jimenez has just planted a big tackle on Bukayo Saka, and that's a booking. The first booking of the game goes to the striker Raul Jimenez. So Arsenal are looking confident now. A bit of a wake-up call that was needed, but 20 minutes in, it is still Arsenal 0, Fulham 1.
Arsenal 0, Fulham 1 at the Emirates Stadium. Let's check back into Old Trafford, where Manchester United had just pulled it back 2-1 last we heard. Are they pushing now for an equaliser, Ed?
Yes, they are. They're stepping up the pressure here, Dean. Just recapping on that last goal, it's actually a pretty bad mistake from Matt Turner. It was Bruno Fernandes that initially struck the ball from quite some range, which he palmed out, which Martial recovered and squared it for Eriksen, who finished quite nicely. It's not great goalkeeping from the American between the sticks, but Man United trying to turn the screw here, trying to get that equaliser before half-time. Whether it comes, who knows? But it's 2-1 to the away side here at Old Trafford, about 20 minutes gone.
So still 2-1 there. It was still 1-0 to the away side at the Emirates Stadium last time. Arsenal were knocking at the door, but there's been a big chance for Fulham, Matt Smith.
Oh my goodness me, it surely should have been 2-0. Andreas Pereira is creating some fantastic chances for Fulham, and it's Raul Jimenez who gets the chance this time, and the ball is sort of behind him. He's in the box, but he goes to do an acrobatic sort of bicycle kick, and it's something I've never seen before, really. It's almost like a side diagonal sort of bicycle kick, and Aaron Ramsdale's rooted to the spot. It looks like it's going in, but it's inches wide. It was almost 2-0. Arsenal, they're sleeping at times. Even though they're on the attack, they're sleeping at times, and they're lucky to not be 2 down. It is 22 minutes played. Arsenal 0, Fulham 1.
Thank you very much for that, Matt. Well, let's just run through the scoreline. So earlier on lunchtime kickoff, it finished Bournemouth 0, Tottenham Hotspur 2 in the English Premier League. It's currently Arsenal 0, Fulham 1, as you just heard, Brentford 1, Crystal Palace 0, Everton 0, Wolverhampton Wanderers 0, and Manchester United 1, Nottingham Forest 2. In Germany, in our featured game there, it's currently Bochum 1, Dortmund 0, and our earlier lunchtime kickoff in Scotland finished Ross County 0, Rangers 2. That brings you bang up to date. You are listening to Football Live.
Sports Radio 88.9 Brila FM.
Some of the best start from the streets of Africa. This is not just a game. It's a feeling within us. It's expressive. It's a passion. Play for the fun. Play for the thrill. Play responsibly.
Proudly African. Bet with the best. Naira Bet.
Take Brila anywhere, everywhere.
Yes, you can take Brila with you anywhere, everywhere.
The Brila app is available for free download on Google Play. It is also there on the Apple iTunes Store. Yes, on Google Play and the Apple iTunes Store.
Look out for the Brila football and microphone logo with the letters BRILA in green colour.
That is our authentic app. It gives you Brila FM, Brila.net, BrilaSports.tv, and all the extra betting tips, live score, plus our Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Google Plus, and YouTube posts.
Sports fun. You can post your videos and eyewitness reports.
Brila, B-R-I-L-A. Available for download on Google Play and the Apple iTunes Store.
Coming up tomorrow on Football Live with Chris Baldwin. Join us live and exclusive. Newcastle United against Liverpool. Premier League action. Football Live will be around the ground chasing the goals. You are listening to Football Live, powered by NairaBet. Live and exclusive on Brila FM. Around the grounds, chasing the goals.
A goal that is going to blow open the title race in the Bundesliga.
Well, this wasn't supposed to happen.
It's been an unbelievable day here on Football Live.
4 hours of football every Saturday and Sunday on Brila FM with Football Live.
You are listening to Football Live, powered by NairaBet, with Dean Kilford.
Well, welcome back to Football Live, and let's get straight back to the Emirates Stadium where we almost saw one of the goals of the season. Matt Smith.
Yeah, it really was. It was a fantastic little bit of play from Fulham. They're on the break all the time. They're sitting deep and they're waiting to pounce on the counter attack, and that's how they got caught out there. Again, Arsenal. It's Raul Jimenez again. Sort of gets himself in the box. A good bit of interplay from the likes of João Paulinho and Sasa Lukic. They're linking up very well. But it's Bobby Di Cordova-Reid that links up with Jimenez, and it's a bit scrappy towards the end. But Jimenez gets a very good shot off, but it's blocked and it's cleared away. Maybe not goal of the season, but it was certainly a good attempt on goal. But it's still 26 minutes played. Arsenal 0, Fulham 1.
So Arsenal 0, Fulham 1 still at the Emirates Stadium. A game where Arsenal have had 4 shots, 1 on target. Fulham with 6 and 1 on target there. We'll counteract that with the game at Old Trafford, where Manchester United have had 7 shots, 5 on target in the opening 28 minutes there, whereas Forest, just 2 shots, both on target, both in the back of the net. That's how they like it. 2 in 4 minutes for Nottingham Forest gave them a 2-goal lead. Christian Eriksen's goal reduced the arrears. 2-1 the scoreline there. Let's head over to West London and the game at the Brentford Community Stadium. Brentford versus Crystal Palace. Jacob Collick, Brentford took the lead last time we heard. Palace likely to get back into this one?
I mean, Eberechi Eze is just playing fantastically. He's such a fun player to watch. You have to say, with him on the pitch, I think Crystal Palace is still completely in this. In terms of Brentford, they've been playing well, but their attempts in the final third have been quite quiet, which is unusual. Mbeumo is currently last I checked, the joint top goal scorer of the Premier League. 10 of Brentford's last 12 goals have been scored by either Mbeumo or Yohan Wissa, and neither of them have really been in the game. So hopefully we'll see them beginning to get their way into the game a little bit more. But as it stands, really the star of the show is Eberechi Eze. I'd be surprised if he came away from this game without at least a goal or an assist. But as it stands, it's Brentford 1, Crystal Palace 0.
So Brentford 1, Crystal Palace 0 in that game. Eze, potentially more eyes looking at him. He's already looking impressive in that Crystal Palace midfield. Let's head to the game at Goodison Park. Everton taking on Wolves. Everton on top, knocking on the door, hit the woodwork. Haven't quite found the back of the net, but they've had another big opportunity, Richard Bond.
Yes, well, it's been quite quiet for a while in this one, as both teams really lacked that little killing edge in their play as such, but they had a really good opportunity, Everton, just minutes ago now, and it fell to James Tarkowski. There's a bit of a scramble in the box after James Garner's shot flew in from the right-hand side. It deflected off Lewis Dobbin, and Sarr just got a hand to it. A bit of a scramble trying to get it away. It fell to Tarkowski, and he's just stuck a leg at it, really trying to just put a foot on it, just try and get in that far post, and it's gone wide. It's a really good opportunity for Everton, and very much like the first game they had against Fulham, his chances are going begging at the moment, and we all remember what happened in that one. Fulham won with that late goal. So at the moment, though, it is half an hour played. Everton the better side. Everton 0, Wolves 0.
It's funny you should say that, Richard. I was just had that in my mind. They absolutely battered Fulham for 90 minutes, but conceded that late goal, that sucker punch. It feels like deja vu could be happening for the Toffees.
Yeah, definitely. It's one of those games so far, but Wolves just haven't really got going either. You can see both sides just really lacking a bit of confidence in their play. They haven't really got a good focal presence up top. Fabio Silva for Wolves, he's hardly had a touch in this half. I don't think they've had a shot on goal at all. He's looking isolated. Danjuma's full of running, but he's not an out-and-out goal scorer. So I can see this game being won by the odd goal, or maybe someone coming off the bench and pinching something. But at the moment, it's looking very edgy, and it's still 0-0 though, with half an hour played.
They're still goalless there. The only Premier League game without a goal. Thank you, Richard. Let's head straight back to the Emirates Stadium, where there's been a massive chance, as described by Matt Smith.
Goodness me, Bukayo Saka has just missed probably the chance of the game. You won't see a chance better than that in the remaining 60 minutes. The ball has been worked very well wide to Leandro Trossard, who seems to be playing as like a winger with Kai Havertz as a false nine. We thought that might have been the case, but Trossard has whipped across in, and it's gone all the way back over the Fulham defence, and all the defenders are turning around to hope and pray there's no one there. Bukayo Saka is there, and he's got a free header, no one near him, and he heads it into the ground, and it bounces well over the bar. He's probably 6 yards out, Dean, and he's fluffed his line. So that's a perfect chance for him to redeem himself, and he hasn't done so. So Arsenal are still looking for something. 31 minutes played, Arsenal 0, Fulham 1.
You'd expect him 9 times out of 10 to the net to be bulging with a chance like that. But as it is, it's still Arsenal 0, Fulham 1. Let's head back to Old Trafford. Manchester United back in it and very much on the ascendancy. How have they not levelled things, Ed Dowling?
Couldn't tell you, Dean. I really couldn't tell you. It seems luck is not with the home side here today. And yeah, another chance goes begging. It's been better, though, for Manchester United, especially the last sort of 10 minutes. As you would expect, I think they're moving the ball a bit quick. They're creating some pretty good opportunities, to be honest. Martial hasn't looked quite up to it just so far, but it is his first game back for a long, long time. So I wouldn't be surprised if United get a goal just before the break. Forest holding on a little bit here, but we all know how dangerous they are on the counter-attack. But about 34 minutes gone here. It's 2-1 to the away side.
So still Nottingham Forest leading by 2-1, as you heard, at Old Trafford. And just a little stat for you. Everton been involved in 200 minutes of Premier League action, but still yet to score a goal. The only club in the Premier League yet to score a goal. Summer signing, of course, Yusuf Chamiti from Sporting Lisbon amongst the substitutes. Maybe we'll see him in the second half as Everton go in search for a goal. They're on top, but can't find a way to breaking the scoreline there. Let's catch up the second half just underway in Germany. Bochum versus Dortmund. Dortmund certainly need to change things, a change of fortune if they're to get back in this one. Bochum surprisingly with that goal to nil lead, but fully deserving of it. Any changes as we head into the second half, Matthew Key?
Yes, there has been a change. It's not perhaps in the area of the pitch you'd expect. It's at centre-back where Mats Hummels, with all his experience and all the things that he's won in his career, he's been taken off at half-time and been replaced by Niklas Süle. So 2 players there that have done the Dortmund to Bayern and vice versa. But it's Süle that's come on instead of Hummels, who's been benched. He wasn't great, to be honest, in that first half, and Erin Terzic clearly not happy with what he's seen from his experienced centre half. So Süle has come on. 2 minutes gone. Dortmund looking slightly better so far, but yet to really create anything still. 47 gone. Bochum 1, Dortmund 0.
Bochum still with the shock lead there over Dortmund. I'm sure we'll be back with Matthew for goals in that second half. Earlier on today, we had a game in the Scottish Premier League. We covered Ross County losing 2-0 at home to Rangers, who take on PSV Eindhoven in that Champions League qualifier. That's on Wednesday, delicately poised at 2 apiece. Elsewhere, let's bring you up to date with the latest scores in Scotland. It's Celtic 0, St Johnstone 0, it's Hibs 0, Livingston 1, and Motherwell 0, Kilmarnock 1. So those are the scores in Scotland. Down in the English Championship, it's Birmingham City 1, Plymouth 0, Cardiff City 0, Sheffield Wednesday 0, Coventry City 0, Sunderland 0, Huddersfield 0, Norwich City 2 now, Ipswich Town 1, Leeds United 3, Millwall 0, Stoke 0, Preston North End 0, Swansea 1, Rotherham 0, Leicester City 1, Southampton 1, QPR 1, and West Bromwich Albion 2, Middlesbrough 1. In the Premier League, there's been goals in all of the games except the one at Goodison Park, where it's Everton 0, Wolverhampton Wanderers 0. Let's see how the Brentford Community Stadium, Brentford and Crystal Palace are faring. Eze was running the show, but has not been able to conjure his team to find in the back of the net. They're still trailing by a goal to nil. Brentford playing within themselves. Is that still the case? Let's head over to Jacob Cullick and find out.
For the most part, yes. Brentford have slowed things down a bit. Perhaps that's partially due to just the bucketing rain that's coming down. Many of the Brentford home fans have retreated from the first few rows of seats in the stadium just to get out of the heavy downpour. Both sides, the game has slowed down. I think the rain has made intense play untenable and potentially even dangerous. Still 1-0, Eze still playing very well, but it's slowed down since those few minutes of action and intensity. So it's Brentford 1, Crystal Palace 0.
Thank you for that, Jacob. Let's, in fact, head over to Goodison Park, where Everton have been knocking on the door, and they still are, Richard Bonds.
Well, they're bashing at that door. It's going to come down soon, I'm sure. There's about 10 minutes to go to half-time. It's Dan Juma who's had the chance. Patterson just flew up that right-hand side, gone right past his marker, swung in a really good cross from that right-hand side, and he's found Dan Juma on the volley. Technique is brilliant. He's got under it, and he's just kept it down, but he's just sliced it wide of the post. So at the moment, it's sort of coming for Everton, but not quite. We might get a goal before half-time, you never know, but at the moment, with 9 minutes to go till half-time, it's Everton 0, Wolves 0.
They're still goalless there at Goodison Park. Let's head to Old Trafford. Manchester United still searching for an equaliser after those 2 early Nottingham Forest goals. There's been chance after chance in this game, I can tell you. How's it looking?
Looking really good, but from a Man United perspective, I mean, obviously as good as it be if you're 2-1 down to Nottingham Forest at home. But they're getting their foot on the ball a bit more. Some much better position, I think, from the home side. More along the lines of what you'd expect from an Eric Ten Hag team. Zipping the ball about. Martial's picked up some pretty good positions as well. Has looked a bit rusty, truth be told, which is expected. But then again, whenever Forest break, they do look dangerous. Gibbs White, when he gets going, can be a really, real sight to behold for the away side. But so far, nothing in the way of an equaliser for Manchester United. But let's see, we've got about 8 minutes left here at Old Trafford. I wouldn't be surprised if there was another goal for the home side or the away side. But it's 2-1 here to Nottingham Forest at Old Trafford.
The chance is happening, and surely more goals as Nottingham Forest still holding on to that 2-1 lead at Old Trafford. Let's head back down to London at the Emirates Stadium. Arsenal 0, Fulham 1. Last we heard, Arsenal with a golden opportunity to equalise through Saka. How are they looking now? Fulham holding on, Fulham looking organised?
Fulham looking organised is probably a good summary, I think, Dean. I think they are, there's two banks of four every time Arsenal come forward. It's only Raul Jimenez that's sort of that lone striker up top for Fulham that's almost an outlet for that counter-attack to start. But Arsenal are, the last 10 minutes they've been very threatening going forward. Little half chances here, but like I said, they're failing to penetrate that back four. And sometimes João Palhinha will almost become a third centre-back and make it even harder for the likes of Odegaard and Havertz to sort of split in behind the defenders and Trossard and Saka. But if we're going to sort of point the finger at anybody, Havertz looks a little bit lost in there, as people would maybe argue that he has for a long time at Chelsea and at Arsenal. But he's looking a little bit lost. Hasn't really found a role in this starting 11 just yet. And Bukayo Saka, I can imagine that he's maybe having a bit of an off day just because of what happened in the first minute. He's the one that maybe slows it down a little bit. He's trying his very best, but nothing is happening for Arsenal in the final third, that's for sure. They've got loads of the ball, 68% of the possession, but nothing's coming to fruition. So 39 minutes played, Arsenal 0, Fulham 1.
It's still Arsenal 0, Fulham 1. It's Brentford 1, Crystal Palace 0, Everton 0, Wolves 0, Manchester United 1, Nottingham Forest 2. Well, we said it was Arsenal 0, Fulham 1. We were just with Matt Smith, and we thought there'd been a goal, but it's been disallowed. We're just hearing there's an offside. So Arsenal thought they'd got themselves in level terms just after we left Matt Smith, and it's still 1-0 to Fulham. We'll join Matt very, very shortly to find out more details of that one. Just to clear up the confusion, Arsenal thought they'd equalised, but offside has definitely come to Fulham's rescue there, or has it? We'll check up with Matt to get the up-to-date details on that one. So let's just run through the scores in the Bundesliga. We're covering the game between Bochum and Dortmund. It's currently Bochum 1, Dortmund 0. It's Darmstadt 1, Union Berlin 3, Köln 0, Wolfsburg 0, Freiburg 0, Werder Bremen 0, and Heidenheim 1, Hoffenheim 0. Let's go back to Bochum and just see if Dortmund are penetrating and finding a way back into this one. Matthew Key is covering that game for us. Matthew, Dortmund looking better in the second half?
I'd say it's following very much the same pattern as we had the first half, where Bochum looking fairly comfortable and still, to be fair to him, still looking to offer on the counter-attack. In terms of Dortmund, they have quickened up the pace slightly, but still yet to really create that real clear-cut chance. I feel like they need some people off the bench, the likes of Royce and Adeyemi. 55 gone, and it's still Bochum 1, Borussia Dortmund 0.
Still 1-0 there. Let's go and hear about that offside decision in the game between Arsenal and Fulham. Matt Smith, clear offside?
Yes, a clear offside. We spoke about the laziness of Kai Havertz and really the starting 11 for Arsenal. That sort of laziness that led to their opening goal for Fulham. And they're barely in the Fulham half. It's a pass. It's early on in the move that they go on to get into the final third and cut it back to Martin Odegaard. It's a great finish. If it wasn't offside by Kai Havertz, it's a wonderful finish from the captain. But when you pull it back and you go right to the start of the move, they have to let it play out, obviously. But it's a great little through ball from Kai Havertz, funnily enough. But it's just that laziness we spoke about. He's drifted offside from barely in the Fulham half. So it's those little details here and there that Arsenal need to refine, and they need to stop that straight away if they're going to get a goal before half-time, which is what they desperately need. Going in 1-0 down at half-time, the team talk for Arteta's going to be right. We've got to sort this out pronto. So 42 minutes played, and Arsenal 0, Fulham 1.
It's the Arsenal 0, Fulham 1, but there has been a goal in the Bundesliga.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
But which way has he gone? Let's join Matthew Key to find out.
And it's finally an equaliser for Borussia Dortmund, and it's Daniel Marlon who has got it. He was the match winner last week, and he scored the equaliser this time around. And it was so simple for all of Dortmund's play. They were looking to sort of walk the ball into the net, make the extra pass, and in the end, what's worked for them is Julian Brandt picked up the ball, driven inside with it, cut inside, found Marlon, and Marlon from about 20 yards out has just taken a touch out of his feet and hit it. Right-footed shot, bottom corner, past Raymond and the Bochum goal. Easy as that. Much better from Borussia Dortmund. It's been coming. You can tell from Marlon's reaction. Ran back to the halfway line. No interest in celebrating it. They want all 3 points here. Dortmund, and they've finally got an equaliser. Can they push on from here? 57 gone, and it's Bochum 1, Dortmund 1.
So a goal apiece there. Dortmund finally level in that one. We're into 2 minutes of injury time at the Emirates Stadium. Arsenal still trailing to that very, very early Pereira goal at Old Trafford. We've had 3 goals. We're also going to have 3 minutes of injury time in that one at the end of the first half. And there's a minute of injury time at the Brentford Community Stadium, where Brentford currently lead Crystal Palace by 1-0. And at Goodison Park, just 2 minutes of injury time in the game between Everton and Wolves. That's despite there being a little nasty head injury to Kuna of Wolves in that game. Let's just go back to the Brentford Community Stadium, where there's been a big chance for Brentford to extend their lead, Jacob Collins.
Yes, indeed. Nathan Collins with a glancing header from a corner, just barely going wide. Nathan Collins, who signed for Brentford this summer from Wolves. Palace have looked a little bit shaky in the last few minutes. 9 of their last 12 goals they've conceded have been from set pieces, and there was very nearly another one there. Every time there's a corner, you can just sense Brentford are really chomping at the bit to try and score the goal. If there's anyone who looks like they're going to score, it's more likely to be Brentford at this point. Eze and the rest of the Palace squads have really quieted down of late, while Wissa and Mbeumo have just looked superb for Brentford. But as it stands, just a minute away from half-time, it's Brentford 1, Crystal Palace 0.
So Brentford 1, Crystal Palace 0. They're the home side with the lead and fine form, and looking to make it 12 unbeaten in London derbies, which would be a club record. Let's head back to Old Trafford and Ed Dowling, our man there. This game has had everything, and if you're an away fan, everything that you've wanted. But Manchester United knocking on the door, creating plenty of chances, but somehow not being able to find a way to find this equaliser.
No, it's absolutely true, Dean. I would say the last sort of 10 minutes or so, I think Forest have been the better team. We've just seen Morgan Gibbs-White booked to a bit of frustration, but they're doing all the right things, Nottingham Forest. They're winning fouls deep in their box, silly fouls. Diego Dallo just biting every single time that Brennan Johnson gets close to him. He's going to take the foul every single time. So in terms of a game management point of view, one real mistake from Matt Turner, which allowed Man United to get back into the game, but so far near pitch perfect performance from the away side. Man United have been sluggish, clumsy. The defending has been terrible at points, and Forest, they could have added a few more in this game. So about a minute left till half time, but it's still 2-1 to the away side here at Old Trafford.
So into the last couple of minutes, Old Trafford of stoppage time there. It's half-time at the Emirates Stadium, though, and it's the away side that go into the half-time break with the lead, despite Arsenal having the ball in the back of the net, which is correctly ruled out for offside. Matt Smith, what needs to change in the second half?
Well, I think Arsenal have got to. They've certainly got to. I don't know. Try and find something in that final third. That, like I said, the first half they've been building up very well. They're oozing confidence in the middle third and going forward. But like I said, you look at Kai Havertz, he's not a number 9, neither's Trossard. They need that striker. It's a similar sort of situation to Manchester United. They need an out-and-out number 9. Havertz is drifting wide, and then it leaves big gaps where, so the centre-halves for Fulham can just clear up. So I would say it's final third work. Get a striker on, get Nketiah on, I would say. Get Gabby Jesus on or something. They're 1-0 down at half-time against Fulham. So this is a game at home where they need to win. So I think attacking moves need to be made, Mikel Arteta.
Indeed, well, they need to somehow get themselves back into this one. I'd say, from Fulham point of view, very well organised, and getting that early goal is perfect, isn't it? It's just allowed them to stick to the game plan, which they probably wanted to do from the offset, which is just hold Arsenal at bay and frustrate them. Yeah, absolutely. They have been resolute in their defending. They've not really let anything too worrying get in behind them and one-on-one with the keeper. So, and they've had, I'll be honest with you, had some very good chances to make it 2-0. Raul Jimenez has had an acrobatic attempt, just whistle past the post. Bobby De Cordova-Reid, the captain for Fulham today, he's had one of his shots denied at the last minute by a last-ditch tackle. So it's not like Fulham haven't had chances after that first goal. But, I think that Fulham are just happy with this. Of course they would be. Anyone would be. You're 1-0 up at the Emirates. Against the team who came second last season, so it's massive positives for Fulham. Marco Silva hasn't really got to tell them much at the half-time interval, I would say. But if I'm going to give any advice to the Fulham players, it's keep your heads. Don't go laziness like the Arsenal players have done. Don't want to have loose passes. Don't want to have those loose tackles, because Arsenal only need one out-and-out chance. We proved that with the Odegaard disallowed goal. So it's half-time here at the Emirates. It's Arsenal 0, Fulham 1. Well, Arsenal, Fulham 1. Let's head over to Old Trafford, where it's also half-time in a game between Manchester United and Nottingham Forest. Once again, it's the away team that made a very, very fast start in this one. A double fast start, 2 goals in 4 minutes. And if you listen to our betting expert, Ayu Alabai, he told you to put your money on Awaniyi to score the first goal of the game, and he duly obliged inside 2 minutes.
He did indeed, and it was such a good goal. And I'd probably say that first 5 minutes is the worst 5 minutes of Erik ten Hag's Man United career, for sure. Absolutely terrible, all at sea in midfield and defence, and they conceded every chance that they conceded in that first 5 minute stretch. Let's start with the first goal. Taiwo Awoniyi so good on the counter-attack, blasting past every Manchester United defender and finishing so coolly behind Onana for 1-0. And then just a minute later, Forest managed to win a free kick deep in Man United territory, and there was Willy Boly just popping up at the back post to make it 2-0 to the away side, and the home crowd was stunned to silence, which was only really broken about 15 minutes later with Eriksson picking up after a really poor mistake from Matt Turner to give the hosts some hope coming into the second half. But dreadful start for the home side, and if they don't win this game here, Dean, I think the pressure's going to be really on Erik ten Hag. But it's half-time here at Old Trafford. Manchester United 1, Nottingham Forest 2.
Pressure indeed. Protests before the game. Maybe there'll be different types of protests after the game if scoreline remains the same. Let's head to London once more. The Brentford Community Stadium, the London derby between Brentford and Crystal Palace. Brentford leading by a goal to 0. Eze starting to run the show, but Crystal Palace struggling to find the back of the net, Jacob Collick.
Yeah, it is half-time. Brentford with the lead, Kevin Schade, who with his absolutely fantastic solo goal. But it was really quite against the run of play. Crystal Palace started the game much the better side, but Brentford have been resolute in their defending, and Crystal Palace not entirely particularly delicate with their control of the ball. Their possession has been poor and their passing has not been all there. It definitely feels like there's more goals to come as this game goes on. Crystal Palace with Edouard and Eze showing that they have got the capacity to score goals. But Brentford, as it stands, are joint top of the table with Spurs. Another goal will put them clear of Spurs by a single goal at the top. So they're going to want to hold on to this result. They're going to want to hold against Palace, and their home form has shown that they can do that. So it really could go either way, but it's Brentford 1, Crystal Palace 0.
So Brentford on course to go to the top of the league there. Meanwhile, there's a goalless game, one goalless game in the game between Everton and Wolves. And that's Richard Bond, who's seen plenty of chances, if not goals.
Yeah, it's half-time here at Goodison Park. It's Everton 0, Wolves 0. Everton had the better of the chances and have looked the most likely to. Have gone close through Danjuma and Tarkowski, but it's been 45 minutes of really teams acting really cutting edge in their play. Wolves have not won a Premier League game, interestingly, on their travels for 7 games, only once in 2023 at relegated Southampton. Their last win in the Premier League before that, funny enough, was on Boxing Day last year. Whilst there's still plenty of punches in this game, Everton just can't put the ball in the back of the net too. So I'm expecting change in the second half, maybe a Chimanetti for Everton to make his debut and Paulo Sarabia perhaps for Wolves to have a bit of creativity. But at the moment, not the best of halves, but we're hopeful for goals in the second half. But at the moment it's Everton 0, Wolves 0 at half time.
Thank you very much for that, Richard. That brings you bang up to date with the half-time reports around the Premier League. Earlier on, it finished Bournemouth 0, Tottenham Hotspur 2. It's currently half-time. Arsenal 0, Fulham 1, Brentford 1, Crystal Palace 0, Everton 0, Wolves 0, and Manchester United 1, Nottingham Forest 2. Our game in Germany is still tied 1 apiece between Bochum and Dortmund, but it's time to head over to Nigeria once more and the studio. FJ, it's all yours. Hope you're enjoying what you're hearing.
are listening to Football Live. Powered by NairaBet. Live and exclusive on Brila FM.
Sports Radio 88.9 Brila FM.
You are listening to Football Live. Live and exclusive on Brila FM.
Take Brila anywhere, everywhere.
Yes, you can take Brila with you anywhere, everywhere.
The Brila app is available for free download on Google Play. It is also there on the Apple iTunes Store. Yes, on Google Play and the Apple iTunes Store.
Look out for the Brila football and microphone logo with the letters BRILA in green colour.
That is our authentic app. It gives you Brila FM, Brila.net, Brilasports.tv and all the extra betting tips, live score, plus our Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Google Plus and YouTube posts.
Sports fun. You can post your videos and eyewitness reports.
Brila, B-R-I-L-A. Available for download on Google Play and the Apple iTunes Store.
Around the grounds, chasing the goals.
A goal that is going to blow open the title race in the Bundesliga.
Well, this wasn't supposed to happen.
It's been an unbelievable day here on Football Live.
4 hours of football every Saturday and Sunday on Brila FM with Football Live.
Sports Radio 88.9 Brila FM.
You are listening to Football Live. Powered by NairaBet. Live and exclusive on Brila FM. You are listening to Football Live, powered by NairaBet, with Dean Kilford.
Well, a warm welcome back, and the second half's just getting underway in our afternoon kickoffs in the Premier League. No goals as yet. Let's get a catch up with the game we're featuring in the Bundesliga. Bochum 1, Dortmund 1. Last we heard, Matthew Key, we're going into the last 10 minutes or so. Any chance that either side can take all 3 points here this afternoon?
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a really exciting last 10 minutes. Both teams really going for it. Dortmund especially, as you'd expect. But to be fair to Bochum, you'd think their heads might have gone down after conceding that equaliser. But to be fair to them, they've pushed a bit more, if anything, and they're looking to grab all 3 points. A draw for them would be incredible after last week, but can't fault their effort for wanting all 3 points. There's been lots of chances for Dortmund, the best of which was for Adeyemi. He was 2-on-1, him and Marlon, and all he had to do was square it to the Dutchman. It looked like it was going to be a tap-in. He was selfish, he kept it for himself, maybe looking to make too much of an impact off the bench, and gave the ball away. That's been Dortmund's best chance, but 10 minutes to go. Wouldn't be surprised if we got a winner in this one. 80 gone, and it's Bochum 1, Dortmund 1.
So Bochum 1, Dortmund 1 in the Bundesliga. Just about 10 minutes or so plus injury time to go for either side to find a winner. Let's catch up with our 3 o'clock Premier League games. Let's start with the game at the Emirates Stadium. Arsenal made a slow start to the first half. Have they started better in the second half, Matt?
They certainly have, Dean. They've started similarly to how they finished the first half. So that, the pace of the game has instantly gone up a level. And Bukayo Saka seems to have been woken up in that half-time team talk. Maybe Arteta's got a hairdryer treatment of his own. Bukayo Saka is cutting in from the right, and he's leathered a shot at Bernd Leno. It's a solid save, but Saka seems to have started the second half quite brightly. Eddie Nketiah is on for Leandro Trossard at half-time. It's almost as if I've got my crystal ball out again. I predicted these things, So I think Arteta's got an earpiece listening to Football Live. But so 50 minutes played, Arsenal 0, Fulham 1, and Arsenal back in control.
Well, we don't want to lose you, Matt. You'll be joining them on the bench as part of their coaching team soon, I reckon.
Exactly right, Dean. Thank you very much, mate.
There we go. Well, we'll catch up with all of the chances and goals as they happen at the Emirates Stadium, where it is currently Arsenal 0, Fulham 1. The one Premier League game without a goal is at Goodison Park. It's Everton 0, Wolves 0. Everton creating plenty of chances in the first half. How's the second half started, Richard?
Well, it's more the same as such, with Everton really looking the more likely. We just had our first opening of the half, really, where we had it's a nice bit of players. Doucouré picked the ball up down the left-hand side. He played the ball across to James Garner, but it was just slightly behind him, so he couldn't quite get his foot around the ball really to get much power behind it. The shot went straight at Jose Sarr. But Everton they've lined up more or less the same in the second half. Wolves have made a change at the break. They brought on Ryan Aït-Nouri for Hwang, who was really ineffective in that first half for Wolves. Again, another team who haven't really got that many attacking threats in this match as of yet. No shots on target, just the 2 for Everton. It's been a match just missing that little bit of quality. But at the moment, it's Everton 0, Wolves 0, 5 minutes into the second half.
Thank you, Richard. There's been a 4th goal at Old Trafford.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
They were 2 goals down. It's now 2 apiece. It's Manchester United 2, Nottingham Forest 2, and Casemiro is the man who has brought parity at Old Trafford. We'll be joining Ed very, very shortly to hear all about that goal. But as it stands, it's Manchester United 2, Nottingham Forest 2 at Old Trafford. 8 minutes into the second half there. Meanwhile, let's catch up with what's going on at the Brentford Community Stadium. Brentford 1, Crystal Palace 0. Brentford's... in fact, we'll just hold off. We can now go and join Ed at Old Trafford. Equaliser for Casemiro. It was coming, wasn't it?
It was, and it was quite sloppy, to be honest, from Nottingham Forest. Bruno managed to get the ball, and it's a bit of a melee in the box, to be honest. I think the Forest defenders made a bit of a mess of it, truth be told. And Bruno Fernandes manages to get it to Casemiro, who slots it in, bottom left corner. 2-2 here. Is it deserved? Certain balance of chances, probably not. But those United players won't care. Those United players won't care. And now he's picked up the ball. He's going to the centre circle, and they're going to be looking to get the winner here. 2-2, Old Trafford. Great start here for the home side.
The two apiece there, and it remains to be seen if they'll now push on and grab a winner. We were going to head to the Brentford Community Stadium. Now we will with Jacob Collick to see how Crystal Palace has started the second half, looking to find a way back into this one.
Well, Palace started the half slower, but they've really begun to build into it. Eberechi Eze has been playing superbly. Just before, he was running himself into the box, surrounded by what seemed like the entire Brentford team. Eventually, he just ran out of room and was maybe pushed to the ground, though no penalty was given. Just earlier on, Brentford had a fair share of corners and free kicks, that each one were kind of wasted, which is unusual. Brentford normally so good with set pieces, Crystal Palace normally so bad at defending set pieces. You'd expect a little bit more from these sides. Johan Wieser as well went down with a head injury just before, with Joachim Andersen trying to defend a ball coming from the air, and doing so, though, with the aid of an elbow into Wieser, which was deemed a foul. But as we head into the 11th minute, Crystal Palace are beginning to get into it. They've had about 75% of the possession over the last few minutes. So I'd expect to see another goal. I'd hope for another goal. And if it's going to come from either side, it's more likely to come from Crystal Palace. Though, as it stands, it's still Brentford 1, Crystal Palace 0.
So we're about half an hour or so to go in all of our featured 3 o'clock games in the Premier League. It's currently Arsenal 0, Fulham 1, Brentford 1, Crystal Palace 0, as you just heard. Everton 0, Wolves 0. Wolves, who are going for an unwanted 5th consecutive away game without scoring a goal. They've not done that since the early 80s. And it's Manchester United 2, Nottingham Forest 2. Manchester United with 2 goals down inside 4 minutes, but they restored parity thanks to Casemiro's goal 8 minutes into the second half. Let's go back to Goodison Park. It's still goalless in the game between Everton or Wolves, but my oh my, Everton are going to be kicking themselves if they don't get all 3 points today, Richard Bonds.
I think so, yeah. And it was another really golden chance. Yeah, it's Ashley Young this time who's found some space on the left-hand side. He's managed to get a really good cross into the box, and he's found James Garner coming inside on the back post. Hit smashes on a full volley. It's just saved right down low by Sarr. He's just managed to push the ball away. In comes Braithwaite trying to get at it. He's just impeded him, really. He's in desperation, really, just trying to get it over the line. A yellow card for the young defender. More frustrations for Everton. At the moment, though, they're knocking the door back in the second half, just like they were in the first. It's 56 minutes on the clock. Everton 0, Wolves 0.
They're still goalless, but how is it goalless? So let's go back to the Emirates Stadium. Arsenal looking to make the changes, Matt, to try and find their way back in this one.
Yes, absolutely they have, yes. And Kai Havertz has just been hauled off, and rightly so. He's been absolutely woeful. Has come off for Fabio Vieira, and Alexander Zinchenko will make an appearance in the 55th minute. Thomas Partey's come off, so a little bit of fresh legs and a little bit of players who maybe aren't good enough that's coming off the pitch. It's still Arsenal 0, Fulham 1.
Well, we said that if you knock on the door long enough, you'll find a way in, but you won't. You'll concede at the other end. There's been a goal at Goodison Park.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
Or has there? We're just hearing potentially the goal has been chalked off. Fabio Silva had, we thought, given Wolves the lead at Goodison Park. It's under VAR review. We will join very, very shortly Richard Bond to clear up everything that's going on at Goodison Park to see whether Silva's goal has stood or has been disallowed. And as soon as we get confirmation of that, I will bring that to you. Meanwhile, let's go. In fact, I have had confirmation that goal has been disallowed for offside. So it is still Everton 0, Wolves 0. It was almost deja vu, Groundhog Day for Everton. It has very similarities with the game they had against Fulham on the opening day, where they had chance after chance. Fulham broke away and scored near the end. It was almost a case of deja vu right there. Let's now go to find out more about that chance at Goodison Park. Richard Bonds is our man with his eyes on the prize, but the prize was snatched away.
Well, it's a funny old game. Yeah, we've said about Everton knocking the door, and then one opportunity is all it takes sometimes in football. But the Wolves went up the other end, and Brino picked up the ball. He just drove inside. Everton kind of switched off for 2 minutes, and he played through a nice little split pass through to Fabio Silva. But I think he was just offside the line. If you look back, it was really tight on this one. But the flag went straight up, and fair play. It looks like a good call. But yeah, we slotted past Jordan Pickford quite comfortably, and Wolves thought they had the lead with their first shot on target. Not so much though. It's still Everton 0, Wolves 0 with an hour on the clock.
Agonisingly close for Wolves, but it was tight. But the correct decision, Wolves denied via the offside flag. They'll feel that VAR is against them. Of course, after that decision not to give them a penalty or award them a penalty in their opening game away at Old Trafford, denied by a tight offside call here. But the correct decision, it's still Everton 0, Wolverhampton Wanderers 0. Let's bring you up to date with the goals in the Championship. Birmingham City 1, Plymouth 0, Cardiff City 1, Sheffield Wednesday 0, goalless in the game between Coventry and Sunderland. Huddersfield 0, Norwich City 3. Ipswich Town 2, Leeds United 3, a thrilling game there. Millwall 1, Stoke City 0, Preston North End 0, Swansea City 1, Rotherham 1, Leicester City 1, which may come as some surprise to the recently relegated Leicester City. Southampton 1, QPR 1, and West Bromwich Albion 3, Middlesbrough 1. In Germany, we're going into injury time. 5 minutes of it in Bochum, in the game between Bochum and Dortmund. Still a goal apiece. We'll go and join Matthew Key very, very shortly there. Elsewhere, it's Darmstadt 1, Union Berlin, down to 10 men from the 20th minute. 4 in that game. It's FC Köln 1, Wolfsburg 2. Wolfsburg turned it around from a goal down to lead in that game. It's Freiburg 0, Werder Bremen 0, and Heidenheim 2, Hoffenheim 2. Again, it's really exploded in the second half in that one. So that brings you bang up to date with the scores as they are. Let's quickly head to Old Trafford and see how Nottingham Forest are fared, having conceded that equaliser shortly after half-time. Casemiro with that goal. Manchester United now looking to complete the turnaround.
All Man United so far, Dean. It's Bruno Fernandes just had a really good chance where received a really brilliant pass and then just shot just wide. He really should have done better with the shot, but bit of frustration creeping in for Manchester United as well. Wan-Bissaka just picked a card about 2 or 3 minutes ago. I would expect at this stage, you've seen the Premier League many times, that the comeback could be on for Manchester United and it could be complete quite shortly. They are popping it about. Forest are retreating, as you would do as the away side at this particular point in time. But who knows? Premier League is a funny old league, and we've seen greater surprises. But right now, we're about 62 minutes on the clock. It looks like Man United having the better of it, and I wouldn't be surprised if they scored next team. But it's 2-2 here, 61 minutes played.
So still nothing to separate the two teams at Old Trafford. Let's head over to Dortmund, really in the closing stages of that game. Last we heard, Matthew was certain we were going to find a winner. You're still as confident with a couple of minutes to go, Matthew?
I think you might have caught me out here, Dean. No, not as confident. It's been a quiet 10 minutes, to be honest with you. I think after the equaliser, Bochum were pushing, but I feel like as the game's gone on more and more, they've figured out this is a good result. A draw against Dortmund, they've definitely taken it at the start, and after last week's thrashing, they'll be very happy with this. They can take a lot of pride in the way that they played today, and there's 2 minutes left, but it looks like this one's going to finish all square. 93 gone of 95 minutes, and it's Bochum 1, Dortmund 1.
So we'll join Matthew for the full-time reports, which will come in a couple of minutes, unless we, of course, get another goal. Meanwhile, there's been a chance at Goodison Park. It was all Everton until Wolves had a goal disallowed. Chances now coming the visitors' way, Richard Bonds.
Yes, Wolves seem to be on top now, but Everton, oh dear, the Goodison faithful don't know where to look. It was similar to last week. This time there's another throw-in, and he went to Tarkowski. He's looked to play the ball back to Jordan Pickford. He's put the ball a bit short. Silva, the man who just had the goal disallowed, went through on goal, one-on-one, going towards Pickford, but he's put it wide. There's a big difference from last week there, so the scores remain level. But we've just seen an absolute outstanding save from Pickford again. And again, it's Silva, that man, come in with a great left-footed shot after being played through on the left-hand side. Wolves have got their tails up on this one now, I think. Everton have to be a bit careful, really, if they're to stay in this match. But it does look like one goal perhaps may be enough in this big six-pointer. It's Everton 0, Wolves 0, 63 minutes on the clock.
Brilliant. So still goalless there. Let's catch the latest odds with NairaBet with our very own John Kane.
The latest in-play betting odds from NairaBet.
Yes, the latest odds from NairaBet website. Of course, all these prices are subject to change. Brentford are 1-0 up against Crystal Palace. Brentford are 1.25 for the win. The draw is 5.25, and it's just gone up for Crystal Palace to 21.0. The big game of the Emirates, 65 minutes gone, and still Arsenal 0, Fulham 1. Arsenal to turn around has just gone up to 3.60. So if you fancy a part on that one, Arsenal might be coming back. 3.60 is a good price. 2.88 for the draw, and it's just gone down to 2.38 for a Fulham win. Man United, who are 2-0 down, they've 2-2, 64 minutes gone. Manchester United are 1.73 for the win. The draw is 2.62, and if you think Forest will come and nick it, they're 12.0. And finally, in the Premier League, 64 minutes gone. Everton 0, Wolves 0. You've heard Wolves have scored a goal, but Everton are still the favourites. Are 3.30 for the win, 1.95 for the draw, and it's just gone down for Wolves, 4.33. Of course, all these prices are subject to change.
Thank you very much for that, John. The latest odds powered by NairaBet from the NairaBet website. Of course, all odds subject to change. These games are live and in play. So the scores as they stand earlier on are earlier kickoffs, lunchtime kickoffs. It finished Bournemouth 0, Tottenham Hotspur 2, and in Scotland it finished Ross County 0, Rangers 2. In our featured games in the Premier League, 3 o'clock kickoffs, it's Arsenal 0, Fulham 1, as you just heard, Brentford 1, Crystal Palace 0. Well, potentially the scoreline at the Emirates Stadium might change as there's a penalty been awarded to Arsenal. We will go to Matt very, very shortly to get confirmation of that one. Meanwhile, you are listening to Football Live.
Around the grounds, chasing the goals.
A goal that is going to blow open the title race in the Bundesliga.
Well, this wasn't supposed to happen.
It's been an unbelievable day here on Football Live.
4 hours of football every Saturday and Sunday on Brila FM with Football Live.
Well, a very warm welcome back to Football Live. A quick break there. There's been a big chance at Goodison Park. Let's quickly head there with Richard Bond to see who's on top in that one now.
Well, it's gone back to Everton. This has gone either end, this game now. We're back and forth, and this time it's a one-on-one for Danjuma. A ball got played through by Decore. He's picked the ball up 25 yards out, played it straight through the Wolves defence, which, not for the first time this afternoon's gone missing. And he's found a way past his marker, gone in on Sarr, but again, Sarr's denied him. So the scores remain level, but Everton have made the substitution. Really interesting one here. We got Yusuf Chermiti on for his Everton debut. He's replaced Lewis Dobin, so they've gone 2 up top now as they look to push for the 3 points. So we've got 22 minutes to go in this one now, as both sides pushing for this winner. Everton 0, Wolves 0.
Still Everton 0, Wolves 0. Just a reminder, we're waiting on the decision for a penalty. We believe it's been given for Arsenal in that game. Meanwhile, there's been a red card at Old Trafford in the game between Manchester United and Nottingham Forest. It's the away team who are going to have to see out this game with 10 men. Joe Worrell has received a red card in that one. We'll get details from Ed very, very shortly on that one. VAR still checking the penalty decision at the Emirates Stadium, so you're not missing anything there. Meanwhile, let's catch up with a big chance in the game between Brentford and Crystal Palace. Jacob Colleague.
Yeah, many big chances. Edouard with a free kick on the edge of the D, just managing to get his goal. What could have been and should have been a goal maybe by Flecken saved. And Eze with a corner that went in, headed down again by Edouard on the 6-yard line. Flecken made another great save. It stays Brentford 1, Crystal Palace 0.
The penalty was given, and the penalty's been scored.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
Arsenal are level through Bukayo Saka, and let's join Matt Smith to find out all about it.
Yeah, well, there was a long wait for a VAR check, and when you look at it again, it definitely is a penalty. It's Fabio Vieira, the man that has come on for Kai Havertz, the man that's made all the difference as it stands. Kai Havertz had a terrible first half, and rightly so was hauled off for this Fabio Vieira, and he's created a little bit of space down the left wing, and he's taking it past Kenny Tete. Kenny Tete's always sort of pulling. He's running like he's got a caravan on his back, but he lunges in and takes Fabio Vieira out, and it's a Stonewall penalty. I'll be honest with you, I don't know why there was a check for so long, but Bukayo Saka stood and took the penalty, not Odegaard. It was Bukayo Saka, maybe trying to redeem himself, and he slotted it down the right side of the goal to make it Arsenal 1, Fulham 1. Game on.
Game on indeed. Well, let's hear about that red card now at the Old Trafford. Nottingham Forest down to 10 men. Worrell sent off. What happened, Ed?
It's an unfortunate one for Worrell. I think he lost his balance, if be told. But it's a last man sort of. It's a straight red card. And I believe Martial was through, and I believe it was denying a clear goal-scoring opportunity. So I think rightly sent off Joe Worrell. So that leaves Forest a little bit exposed now at the back. I believe Steve Cooper's trying to bring someone else on to compensate for that, but it's kind of gone from bad to worse, really, from them for this second half. It really hasn't a good performance since then. It's slightly unfortunate, I'd say, for Joe Worrell, but a definite red card. And United well and truly in their ascendancy here. 2-2, but that could change very, very quickly. About 70 minutes on the clock.
Thank you very much. 20 minutes to go at Old Trafford for either side to find a winner. 11-man Manchester United coming from 2 goals down versus 10 men Nottingham Forest, 2 apiece as it stands. Let's head over again to Goodison Park, where there may not be goals, but there's certainly chances of potentially one of the saves of the season, Richard Bond.
Well, it's been an absolute outstanding second half, this one. It's so entertaining stuff going on. But Ashley Young's putting a lovely peach of a cross in, and Jose Sarr has saved an absolute worldy save from Doucouré's downward header. He's headed it down. He's got no right to do this. He's saved it, and he's pushed it with his bottom left hand over the top of the crossbar. It's outstanding save. He's certainly worthy of earning Wolves a point out of this one, if that's what happens in the end of the game. But Everton, they're knocking that door, creating the chances. Wolves have had opportunities too. I wouldn't be surprised if this goes either way, but at the moment still it's 0-0 with 20 minutes to go.
Any Londoner knows that when a bus comes along, it's not just one. It's the same with goals in London. There's not just been one, there's been another goal at the Emirates Stadium.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
And if you were listening to the latest odds with NairaBet and you heard our very own John Kane saying, if you fancy the punt, it was 2.38 a couple of minutes ago on Arsenal to complete the turnaround. Well, they have completed the turnaround. It's Eddie Nketiah with the goal to make it 2-1 to Arsenal in that game at the Emirates Stadium. 2 goals in the space of 3 minutes has seen Arsenal come from behind to lead Fulham by 2-1. We'll join Matt Smith very, very shortly to hear all about that goal. Meanwhile, let's head over to Germany. It's a full-time report in the game between Bochum and Dortmund. Matthew Key was there to describe all the action as it happened.
Yes, and it's finished 1-1 here in Bochum, and it will be a home side that are much the happier of the two teams. After that thrashing against Stuttgart last week, what a response from them. A brilliant performance, deservedly went 1-0 up and were despite being pegged back by Dortmund and Donny Marlon with his second goal in as many weeks, they'll be delighted with their performance here. For Dortmund, still a lot to do. Disappointing last week, disappointing overall again today. But yeah, spoils are shared in the end. It's finished here in Germany. Bochum 1, Dortmund 1.
Thank you very much, Matthew. So a goal apiece there. A really great result for Bochum after being smashed 5-0 last weekend. They've been able to find themselves recover and get a good point against the Dortmund team that were heavy favourites going into this one. The other scores in Germany, it's finished Darmstadt 1, Union Berlin 4, FC Köln 1, Wolfsburg 2, Freiburg with a late win against Werder Bremen, finished 1-0 there, and Heidenheim 2, Hoffenheim 3, a late winner there for Hoffenheim as well. See them win by 3-2. Let's go to the Emirates Stadium. There was a bit of a VAR check on the build-up to that goal, but I believe it's been given Matt Smith.
It has been given, and it is Arsenal 2, Fulham 1. The comeback is almost complete. You've got 73 minutes on the clock. They've got a little bit of time to hold out, but they find themselves 2-1 up, and it is that man again, Fabio Vieira. Mikel Arteta must be listening. I said there must be changes. Kai Havertz needed to be hauled off. He was taken off, and Fabio Vieira is the man setting the goal up again. He's on that left wing, and he's swung it right round the Fulham defence. And Eddie Nketiah, with a first-time finish, has put it straight past Bernd Leno to make it 2-1. Now we go back to the build-up. And the build-up for that, you can come back to me, Dean. You come back to me, because I think there's been a goal.
You're psychic as well, because there has been another goal in the Premier League.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
And it's come in London at the game at the Brentford Community Stadium. It's an equaliser for the visitors. Anderson with the equaliser past despairing Brentford goalkeeper to make it Brentford 1, Crystal Palace 1. In the meantime, before we hear about that goal, let's go back to Matt Smith and hear about the build-up to the Arsenal goal that's seen them go 2-1 ahead.
Yeah, it's in the build-up. Calvin Bassey, the Nigerian, has gone down on the build-up to that, and he's really hurt himself. He's sort of writhing around in pain, and he's asking as if for the referee to look at something in the VAR, but the referee waves it away, and Arsenal find themselves 2-1 up in the 75-minute mark. It's Arsenal 2, Fulham 1, and the game is right in Arsenal's reach now.
So Arsenal may be unconvincing, but seemingly on their way to 3 points. Let's hear about that Palace equaliser. But before that, we believe there's been a penalty awarded at Old Trafford. So Manchester United have been awarded a penalty. It's gone to a VAR check. So whilst that's happening, we will go and join Jacob Connick and hear about that Crystal Palace goal.
Yeah, and it's an absolutely bizarre goal. Joachim Andersen making a fantastic run from defence and going in to challenge Mark Flecken, the Brentford goalkeeper, to try and win the ball back, but ending up managing to slide it underneath him as the goal just slipped through Mark Flecken's legs and rolled into the back of the net. You have to say Palace deserved the goal, but for all of the chances they had, for the fantastic saves that Flecken made before, this is an embarrassing moment for the Brentford goalkeeper. And as it stands, it's Brentford 1, Crystal Palace 1, perhaps the 5th draw in a row between these two sides.
So a goal apiece there. It was 2 apiece last time we heard at Old Trafford. We went away wondering whether a penalty be awarded. I can tell you a penalty has awarded, and there's been a goal.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
And the turnaround is complete. Bruno Fernandes from 12 yards keeps his cool and converts a penalty. Let's join our man at Old Trafford, Ed, who's there to tell us all about it.
Comeback completed here, Dean. It's a really well-taken penalty from Bruno Fernandes. Definite penalty as well. Danilo, I don't really know what he was doing there, but Stuart Atwell did not hesitate in pointing to the spot and very coolly converted by the Portuguese. So 3-2 United. What a comeback this has been from them. They should never really be going behind Forest, but you can't really complain. 76 minutes gone, 3-2 here to the home side.
Well, goals galore, except at Goodison Park, of course, where it's still Everton 0, Wolverhampton Wanderers 0. And you are listening to Football Live.
Sports Radio, 88.9 Brila FM.
If you're betting on sports this week, why not make your money go further? Sign up to NairaBet for 11 days of risk-free betting. If your bet loses, you will get your stake back as a free bet up to 2,000 Naira. All you need to do is register a new account with NairaBet today and qualify to get up to 22,000 Naira in free bets. Visit www.nairabet.com/bonus for more information. General and free bet terms apply. Must be over 18. Must be KYC approved. Must place a qualifying bet. Bets must include football, tennis or basketball markets. Welcome offer only available until Thursday, 31st of August. Please gamble responsibly. You are listening to Football Live, powered by NairaBet. Live and exclusive on Brila FM.
Take Brila anywhere, everywhere.
Yes, you can take Brila with you anywhere, everywhere.
The Brila app is available for free download on Google Play. It is also there on the Apple iTunes Store. Yes, on Google Play and the Apple iTunes Store.
Look out for the Brila football and microphone logo with the letters BRILA in green colour.
That is our authentic app. It gives you Brila FM, Brila.net, BrilaSports.tv, and all the extra betting tips, live score, plus our Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Google Plus, and YouTube posts.
Sports fun. You can post your videos and eyewitness reports.
Brila, BRILA. Available for download on Google Play and the Apple iTunes Store.
Coming up tomorrow on Football Live with Chris Baldwin. Join us live and exclusive. Newcastle United against Liverpool. Premier League action. Football Live will be around the ground chasing the goals. Around the grounds chasing the goals.
A goal that is going to blow open the title race in the Bundesliga.
Well, this wasn't supposed to happen.
It's been an unbelievable day here on Football Live.
4 hours of football every Saturday and Sunday on Brila FM with Football Live.
You are listening to Football Live, powered by NairaBet, with Dean Kilford.
Well, a warm welcome back, and we joked before we went to the adverts about there being no goals in the game between Everton and Wolves at Goodison Park. The ball has hit the back of the net, but it hasn't counted. Richard Bond's here to tell us more.
Well, Goodison Park just absolutely erupted a second ago as we've seen Abdou Doucouré just smash the ball past Jose Sarr finally after Everton's load of chances. But James Garner had played him through, but Doucouré just didn't quite time his run. It went to VAR. They had a look at it. It was quite tight, but he is just slightly offside. So, yeah, 10 minutes to play here. We're still nothing in it. It could go either way. Everton 0, Wolves 0.
Still goalless at Goodison Park. Both teams looking to break the deadlock, and about 10 minutes or so to do that. Let's head over to the game at the Brentford Community Stadium. Brentford were very much on top before Crystal Palace's equaliser. Since then, the game's turned around, hasn't it, Jacob?
It has. Crystal Palace are by far on top. Before the game, Thomas Frank said he wanted to make this stadium a fortress, and they've not really looked like doing that. They're now trying to get some element of control. But in terms of the stats of this game, Palace have had 14 shots, 5 of those on target. And if you're looking to make your home stadium into something of a fortress, you can't be allowing that many chances. Odsonne Edouard, who'd had a number of those chances for Palace, came off not that long ago with Mateta coming on. 1-1 probably doesn't reflect what this game should be. Palace probably should be ahead. There's another 10 minutes to go, so we may still see a goal or two to come. But as it stands, Brentford just trying their best to gain control of the match, holding on to possession. But any chance Palace can get, they're running on goal and getting decent chances for themselves. But as we enter the 84th minute, it is Brentford 1, Palace 1.
Still a goal apiece there as both teams looking to find a way of breaking the deadlock and taking all 3 points and game those Derby Day bragging rights. Meanwhile, in the game at the Emirates Stadium, there's been a red card for the visitors. Bassi with a second yellow card, and it's a second bookable offence. The first was for time wasting. The second is an infringement caught by Piltini. Let's join Matt Smith to describe a bit more. It seemed a bit of a confusing one there, Matt.
Well, I think the first one, the time-wasting one a few minutes ago, was definitely a confusing one, because I think, goodness me, I think they were 1-1 at the time. I don't think it was time-wasting, but Paul Tierney, the referee, gave him the first yellow. This one is more blatant. I think Fulham's defence have been a little bit sloppy the past 5-6 minutes, and it gets worse for Fulham. Calvin Bassi is let in Eddie Nketiah, and Eddie Nketiah's blistering pace. He's looking to get round him, and Bassi is the last offender. And Calvin Bassi, already booked, blocks him. It's a professional foul, and it has to be a second yellow card for the Super Eagle. Eddie Nketiah would have been away. 83 minutes played. Arsenal 2, Fulham 1, and Fulham now down to 10 men.
Well, Fulham down to 10, but Arsenal nearly managerless, weren't they, at one stage?
They were, yes. Arteta was, he loves to shout on the sidelines, and so does the likes of Guardiola and Klopp. They like to get vocal. But the referees are having none of it this season. He walked straight over to Arteta and gave him a booking. So it's a good job that the referees are stamping down on that, because I think they deserve a little bit more respect. And just as you've there now, Nketiah has been made captain with Odegaard coming off the pitch. Jorginho is on in the 83rd minute. So maybe it's a time for Arteta to get those players that haven't had a lot of game time, a little bit of game time as we go into the final sort of 10 minutes plus added time. But yes, Arteta was booked, so he's got to be careful as well.
There we go. Arsenal 2, Fulham 1 then at the Emirates Stadium. Arsenal completing the turnaround, as did Manchester United at Old Trafford via the penalty spot against 10 men, Nottingham Forest. Let's join our reporter Ed, who is at Old Trafford, just to see any sign of the visitors getting back into this one, or is it one-way red traffic?
I think it's one-way red traffic, to be honest, Dean. I think it's could be game, set and match here for Manchester United and Nottingham Forest. I think with the red card and that penalty, which really was a penalty, I think it's taken the wind out of the Forest sails, and all their good work in the first sort of 5-10 minutes has been undone. United have definitely played a lot better after the break. A lot of credit has to be given to them. I think Forest will kick themselves with some mistakes they did make. But yeah, this looks to be all 3 points for the home side, and a very, very shaky start looks to be changed here at United, but we never know. We never know. One set piece and it could all change again. But as it stands right now, we've got about 5-10 minutes left here at Old Trafford. It's 3-2 to the home side.
So Manchester United are going to keep that superb Old Trafford record going. 8 consecutive wins this would be if they would hold on to this scoreline with about 5 minutes or so left to play. Let's bring you up to date with the scorelines in the English Championship. We're into the final closing stages of those games. It's now Birmingham City 1, Plymouth 1. It's Cardiff City 1, Sheffield Wednesday 1, Coventry 0, Sunderland 0, Huddersfield 0, Norwich City 3, Ipswich Town 2, Leeds United 4, Millwall 1, Stoke City 0, Preston North End 2, Swansea 1, Rotherham 1, Leicester City 2. Meanwhile, there's been a goal in the Premier League.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
Arsenal were taking on 10-man Fulham, surely to secure the victory with a third goal, but no, it's gone the other way. Fulham have equalised. Paulinho with the goal to shock the Emirates faithful. It's Arsenal 2, Fulham 2, and in the game between Everton and Wolves, finally the deadlock has been broken.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
Where Wolves think they've taken the lead, but it's gone to VAR. VAR having a good look at this one. We'll bring you up to date. We'll take you to the grounds as soon as we can. Let's go to the Emirates Stadium. Let's hear about the goal that we definitely know has stood. Fulham equalising against Arsenal. Matt Smith, what a shock.
What a shock indeed. I was hesitant about saying comeback complete when Arsenal scored their second goal. But it's João Paulinho who has upset the home fans and has made it Arsenal 2, Fulham 2 with 10 men. It's Harrison Reed with a corner, so it's another set piece that Arsenal can't defend. It's Harrison Reed with the corner, and it's not a header from the big Paulinho. It's a little sort of flick past all the defenders, and he's made it 2-2. It's a nice little deft flick past Aaron Ramsdale. And with 10 men, Fulham look as if they're going to be scraping a point here. It's 87 minutes played. It's Arsenal 2, Fulham 2.
Unbelievable scenes here on Football Live this afternoon. And I can tell you, the goal has been given. Everton 0, Wolverhampton Wanderers will. Sasa Kalajic with the goal. We will join Richard very, very shortly at Goodison Park. Everton is certainly a case of deja vu, knocking on the door all day long, conceding a late goal. Meanwhile, let's quickly jump to the Brentford Community Stadium. Brentford taking on Crystal Palace. Jacob Collick is there, and there's been a huge save to deny Crystal Palace a winner.
Yeah, Crystal Palace are really, really pushing for that winner, and Brentford aren't helping themselves. Nikola Janelt with a header that was an attempt at a clearance that Flecken had to prevent from going into his own goal. Crystal Palace are pushing for a winner here, and I wouldn't be surprised if they get it. The entire Brentford team just seem to be on strings. It's not looking good for Brentford. It's currently Brentford 1, Crystal Palace 1 as we head into 5 minutes of injury time.
So 5 minutes of injury time for either side to find a winner, or for Brentford just to keep Crystal Palace at bay. Meanwhile, let's hear about that Wolverhampton Wanderers goal at Goodison Park. Richard Bond is there.
And there's a big goal in this relegation race, potentially. It's for Wolves, so Everton 0, Wolves 1, and it's Sasa Kalajic. And I tell you what, we like a good fairy tale story. This guy's been out for a year, the 6'7" Austrian. He's been through the mill, and he's come back into the side, off the bench today now, from Pedro Neto's cross. He's sprinted up that left-hand side, put a ball in the box. There was the big Austrian just ahead, home past a stranded Jordan Pickford to get such a crucial goal for Wolves in this race. And, this is looking like going to be 3 points now for the Midland side with about a minute to go and a few minutes to stop. It's time to play. For Everton, hearts broken today. They played well, but just haven't got the rub of the green. But at the moment, there's still a little bit of time left. Everton 0, Wolves 1.
Well, Kalajic got injured on his debut for Wolves, coming on as a sub and going off injured. That's a remarkable story. He's a very, very tall man, if you've ever seen him up close and personal. There's 9 minutes of injury time to be played at the Emirates Stadium. Arsenal 2, Fulham 2. Let's quickly rejoin Matt Smith, who's at the Emirates Stadium, just to see how Arsenal have responded to that shock equaliser from Paulinho.
Well, the intensity has jumped up another level, if you can believe that. Arsenal have been in quite a high intensity going forward for the majority of this 90 minutes, and they've gone up another level. Fulham have obviously responded with that by putting everybody behind the ball. But Arsenal, I can't quite believe what's happened here. When Bassi got sent off, I think, that's game over now. Arsenal will turn it on and go 3 or 4-1 up. I don't know where that came from. Arsenal maybe caught napping from the set piece. Arsenal needs something now. This is desperate times. 89 minutes played. Arsenal 2, Fulham 2.
Arsenal 2, Fulham 2, but still plenty of time. We're into the second of 2 added minutes, 9 of which to be played, so plenty of time for either side to find a winner there. There's 5 minutes of injury time to be played at Goodison Park, where it's Everton 0, Wolverhampton Wanderers 1. There's 11 minutes of injury time to be played at Old Trafford. Let's go there next and join our reporter Ed Dowling to see whether Forest can find a shock equaliser, much like Fulham have, or whether Manchester United are just going to comfortably see this one out.
Well, you never know, Dean. You never know what happens in the Premier League. I'd say it's unlikely, given the circumstances, But as we've seen in the Arsenal-Fulham game, Forest are 10 men. They're down to 10 men. They did take the lead and they did go behind. So it's a very, very similar situation here. I think the mood is slightly dampened though for the travelling Forest support and the players on the field. But you never know. Again, they've got the big players up front that can really offer something different. Iron has been really good running the channels. Brendan Johnson and Warren Gibbs-White. Who knows what they could cook up in the final minutes, and 11 of them as well. Don't really know where the referee's got that time from, but it doesn't really matter. It's been 10 from now, nail-biting minutes for those Manchester United home fans. Let's see what happens, but it's 3-2 here. Got a long way to go, though.
So still 3-2 there. Manchester United look to be comfortably heading on to their second victory of the season. It would take them on to 6 points and up to 5th place in the Premier League table as things stand. So the Premier League table as it stands, Tottenham Hotspur have flirted with being top of the league since their victory over Bournemouth in our lunchtime game. They still are top of the league as things stand. They would be top on 7 points. Arsenal would be second on 7 points as it stands, with their 2-2 currently between themselves and Fulham. Brighton would remain in 3rd place with 6 points. They, of course, play in the evening game against West Ham United, and Manchester City play later this weekend. They are on 6 points, both of those two teams with 100% record. Manchester United would then be on 6 points in 5th place, and Brentford would be 6th with 5 points. So that's the top 6. Let's go straight back to Old Trafford, where Forest were ever so close to actually tying things there.
Just like that, literally as we leave, Dean, they go down the other end, Nottingham Forest. L&E picks the ball up. He's so good today. Drives down the left side. He fires an absolute missile across the box, low and hard. And Onana kind of makes a bit of a mess of it. Yates was arriving late, and if he just got his touch in just before Onana got there, it would have been the equaliser. There really could be a goal in the last 10 minutes here. It's really opened up somehow in the last minute or so. I don't know what United are doing. They need to shore it up in the next few minutes if they're going to consolidate the win here. But very, very close to an equaliser there. We've got about 8 minutes left to go. 3-2 to Manchester United.
Anthony Elanga, of course, a former Manchester United player, and Chris Wood was someone we talked about before the game coming on that could make a difference. So close for Nottingham Forest to make it 3 apiece there. It is a full time down at the Brentford Community Stadium. Nothing could separate the two teams, Brentford and Crystal Palace. A goal apiece. In fact, let's go back to Arsenal before we get that full time there. 2 apiece, last we heard, between Arsenal and Fulham. Any chance for either side to find a winner? Matt Smith.
Absolutely. Arsenal are, goodness me, they're looking for something. We're in the 93rd, 94th minute mark, and they're throwing everything forward. They've got Gabby Jesus has come onto the pitch for Declan Rice, so that's a definite attacking move. Mikel Arteta's in a little bit of panic mode at the moment. Is he going to drop points at home to Fulham, who are struggling at the back and struggling going forward? It'll be a little bit embarrassing if they drop points here. That's for sure. It's goodness me, it's very frustrating if you're an Arsenal fan. I'll tell you that. But for a Fulham fan, goodness me, you're living in heaven right now. 94 minutes played. Arsenal 2, Fulham 2.
The 2 apiece there. It's 1-0 to the visitors. Everton versus Wolves, and the home fans aren't happy, Richard Bond.
No, they're not, and they're booing very loudly at the moment. Now they don't like what's going on here. Wolves have taken lead against the run of play. Maybe they put in a half decent show in today, but it's not going right for Everton, and there's something has to change really. We've seen sort of breakdowns in takeovers this week at the club, and something, more players need to come in, creative players into that lineup for Everton. They're really struggling to get chances on goal, really good chances there. So at the moment though, it's no real fight since the Wolves goal, and we're just coming into 5 minutes of stoppage time now. So Everton 0, Wolves 0. Looks like 3 points for the visitors.
So 0-1 is the scoreline there. Wolverhampton Wanderers securing potentially their first 3 points of the season. Let's go back to the Emirates Stadium. Arsenal on top, pushing for a goal. And they were so close to getting it, weren't they, Matt Smith?
Goodness me, what a whirlwind final minute we've got here. Yeah, it's another cross from the left. That seems to be where Arsenal are getting most of their success. It's Zinchenko this time, not Fabio Vieira, who seems to be involved in every move. It's Zinchenko who whips it in, but thanks to the very good defending and very good awareness from Issa Diop, he flicks it over the head of an oncoming Eddie Nketiah, who was there, unmarked, ready to head it in. So it was almost Arsenal 3, Fulham 2, but it does still remain Arsenal 2, Fulham 2 within the final minute and a half of this game.
There's still 2 apiece there. It was still 3-2 to Manchester United last we heard, but Forest went close. Any more further advancements have changed in the scoreline, Ed?
No, we've seen Onana booked for time wasting, which is quite surprising against Forest. But I mean, I guess that's the game state at this particular point in time. No real chances so far. I think there's the fatigue setting in, certainly for both sides, especially Forest. They've given a lot, and you have to remember they are down to 10 men. But we'll wait and see. We've still got about 5-6 minutes left on the clock. Anything can happen in that amount of time, but nothing since the last update. That's 5 minutes to go. Bruno Fernandes has just been booked, of course, so if you had that down on your bet slip, congratulations. But yeah, we've got a few more minutes to go here at Old Trafford, but it's still 3-2 here to Manchester United.
Okay, let's quickly go back to the Emirates Stadium. Arsenal 2, Fulham 2. It's the siege of all sieges, but Fulham holding firm.
Fulham holding firm and almost making it 3-2, can you believe? Arsenal are throwing all these men forward, but they're not leaving anyone at the back. So you've got someone like Adama Traore who's got blistering pace, also Usain Bolt style pace, and he goes past that last Arsenal defender, and he's one-on-one with Aaron Ramsdale, but he hits it straight at his face, and it's a good save, reaction save from Ramsdale. I don't think he knew much about it, but I think if Adama Traore had been more clinical there, he could have maybe got 3 points for Fulham. But it is still Arsenal 2, Fulham 2 into the final seconds of this game.
Well, you wouldn't rule it out with the way this afternoon has gone. Let's go back to the game at Goodison Park. Everton 0, Wolves 1. Everton going out with a whimper. Have they managed to find any fight at all, Richard Bonds?
No, they haven't, and that's the final whistle has gone in the match here at Goodison Park. And yeah, Wolves have taken the 3 points this afternoon, and in all fairness, it was a close game. Could have gone either way in the end. Everton had perhaps the better of chances, but both sides did see the ball in the back of the net at times. But it was Sasa Kalajanic's late goal in the game that proved decisive. The 6'7" Austrian scoring after spending that year out injured with a torn ACL. Wolves take the plaudits today. A lot of thinking for Sean Dyche ahead of next weekend now, where Everton are going to have to really pick themselves back up as they play Sheffield United. It's going to be another 6-pointer again, and I think if they do lose that one now, that could be curtains for Dyche. Just my opinion. But today, Everton 0, Wolves 1.
Well, the fans are starting to turn on the manager. They've turned on the board. No good news coming out from Goodison Park at the moment. Let's go back to the Emirates Stadium. Arsenal 2, Fulham 2. Last we heard, Fulham nearly pulled off a shock victory.
But
How's going on now, Matt?
Now the pressure, so okay, the pressure is mounting. Goodness me, I can't take a breath. It's craziness here at the Emirates. Fulham are really holding on for their dear life. Arsenal are peppering the goal and peppering that sort of final third, looking for something. Every single Arsenal player is almost in the final third. I've never seen anything like it. But it's still Arsenal 2, Fulham 2.
Well, Arsenal 2, Fulham 2. Meanwhile, let's go and get a full-time report. Our first full-time coming in from the Brentford Community Stadium. It finished all square for the 5th game in a row between these two teams. A Premier League record. Brentford 1, Crystal Palace 1. Jacob Collick was there to tell us how it happened.
Yeah, both teams were pushing for a winner in a frenetic last few minutes. The game was end-to-end. But with the game ending 1-1, as you said, it's the first pair of Premier League sides to have drawn each of their first 5 meetings. I'm not sure that's a record you necessarily want, but if you were to take a bet on what their next result is going to be, I think you'd have a decent guess of what you would say. Kevin Schade scored a fantastic solo goal early in the first half, but it ended up being really the only proper chance that Brentford enjoyed throughout the entire game. But with this result, Brentford had managed to go 12 London derbies unbeaten, marking a new club record for them. Crystal Palace, though, enjoyed the majority of the chances. Odson Edouard and Eberici Eze played absolutely superbly throughout. Edouard, in particular, forcing a number of saves from the Brentford goalkeeper. But their equaliser came from an unusual source in an even more unusual manner, with the defender Joachim Andersen managing to slip the ball in between the legs of Brentford goalkeeper Mark Flecken when he was probably just trying to cut the ball back. What was otherwise a superb game for the Brentford goalkeeper Mark Flecken was perhaps mired by that one poor moment. Maybe Brentford will be looking over at the Emirates and rueing the loss of David Raya. But in this particular London derby, it's ended Brentford 1, Crystal Palace 1.
So a good point for the visiting team, Crystal Palace. Roy Hodgson still bringing in the magic since returning to the hot seats at Crystal Palace. Let's get an update from Old Trafford, where they're still playing in the game between Manchester United and Nottingham Forest, Ed.
Still playing, and Scott McTominay, who's down injured, I think he looks all right to carry on, but there's going to be a further delay with him down too. We are into the 11th minute of added time. Again, not massively sure where this time has come from. But it looks like the comeback's complete, Manchester United fans, but we never know. We never know. But there can't be too much time left to play. Minutes, seconds even. Come back to me in about a minute. I think this game would be resolved, Dean, but you never know. 3-2 here, 101 minutes.
There are still 3-2 there. I can tell you that it is all over at the Emirates Stadium. It's finished. Arsenal 2, Fulham 2. Arsenal blow the opportunity to maintain their perfect 100% records against 10 men Fulham. Here to describe all of the action is our very own Matt Smith.
Goodness me, what a game I just saw there, Dean. Arsenal kicked the game off, looked in control, but it was Bukayo Saka who lazily passed the ball backwards into the path of a pressing Andreas Pereira, who spotted Aaron Ramsdale's poor positioning in the goal, and the Fulham man simply stroked it past the keeper to make it 1-0. Fulham had a very good chance to make it 2-0 through Raul Jimenez's acrobatic attempt that whistled centimetres past the post, and Arsenal had a huge chance themselves. Leandro Trossard crossed from the left. There's Saka again, but this time he's headed the ball down into the ground from 6 yards out, and it goes miles over, a huge miss. Arsenal did, however, have the ball in the net through a great Odegaard finish, but earlier on in the move, Kai Havertz drifted offside, and once the move had played out, the linesman put his flag up for a clear offside. It was a half-time, Arsenal 0, Fulham 1. It took a penalty to get Arsenal back into the game, but not through the ordinary penalty taker, Martin Odegaard. Bukayo Saka looked to redeem himself and took it and slotted it away and made it 1-1. 2 minutes later, Arsenal had turned it around. Fabio Vieira was on for Kai Havertz, and he was on the left wing. He swung a wicked low cross into the path of Eddie Nketiah, who made it 2-1 to Arsenal. It looked like it was going to be comeback complete when Fulham's day got even worse, and it looked to be over when Calvin Bassey made a professional foul on Eddie Nketiah, who was the last man, as the Arsenal forward looked to be through on goal. But Fulham, believe it or not, had more in the locker. Harrison Reed took a corner in the 87th minute, and the monster, the big guy, João Paulinho, simply helped it along at the near post and past Aaron Ramsdale to make it Arsenal 2, Fulham 2, and that is how it stayed. A huge missed opportunity for Arsenal to get 3 points. Eyes are on Mikel Arteta. Will he keep starting Kai Havertz? Fulham, on the other hand, with 10 men, grabbed a valuable point away to Arsenal. It's finished here at the Emirates. A well-win game. Arsenal 2, Fulham 2.
Huge points for Fulham on the road at Arsenal, and how costly will be those points dropped come the end of the season for Arsenal. Let's go back to Goodison Park. I can tell you actually it's a full-time score at Old Trafford. Manchester United 3, Nottingham Forest 2 is a full-time result. But let's head to Goodison Park and Richard Bond just to bring us up to date and fill us in with the full 90 minutes that has seen the Everton fans come away unhappy for the second time in a couple of weeks.
Yes, it's full time here at Goodison Park, and it's Everton 0, Wolves 1. Sasa Kalajnic's late strike leaving Everton in a sticky situation at the bottom of the league, winless and goalless. For Wolves, also with no points coming into this match, a win was a big priority to get something out of the match, particularly, and they managed to get the 3 points with Everton dominating at times, but after having an effort ruled out for offside themselves, they came and got that late winner. For Everton, they'll rule very much like in the first match of the season against Fulham, a set of missed chances. Danjuma going close in the first half, hitting the post, and also James Garner and James Tarkowski also going close. The second half was more end-to-end, plenty of chances in the game, but it would be Wolves who ended up coming out on top in this one today. For Everton now, massive game next week against Sheffield United as they look to try and get out that bottom three and get some confidence on the board. Final week of the transfer window will be really important for both sides, so they look to strengthen to move away from that bottom area. But today, it was Everton 0, Wolves 1.
Thank you very much, Richard. And it does look huge now, that game next week for Everton. If we thought this was a relegation 6-pointer, well, that certainly could be. Let's just run through the scores in the Championship very, very quickly. It's finished Birmingham City 2, Plymouth 1, Cardiff City 2, Sheffield Wednesday 1. Late winners in both of those games. Coventry City 0, Sunderland 0, Huddersfield 0, Norwich City 4, Ipswich Town 3, Leeds United 4. What a thriller that one was from Portman Road. Millwall 1, Stoke City 0, Preston North End 2, Swansea City 1, Rotherham 1, Leicester City 2. The late winner there for Leicester City. Saw them claim all 3 points. Southampton 2, QPR 1, and West Bromwich Albion 4, Middlesbrough 2. In Germany, it finished Bochum 1, Dortmund 1 in our featured game. Darmstadt 1, Union Berlin 4, FC Köln 1, Wolfsburg 2, Freiburg 1, Werder Bremen 0, and Heidenheim 2, Hoffenheim 3. Let's head back to Old Trafford and Ed Dowling. The game finished 3-2 to the home team, despite conceding 2 goals in the opening 4 minutes. The away team finishing with 10 men. How do you sum that one up?
Thriller here at Old Trafford today. Definitely more goals than I was expecting. But United starting out with probably the worst 5 minutes I've ever seen from a Manchester United side, and really from any football side that I've watched recently. Goals from the Nigerian Taiwo Irony and then Willy Bolly very soon after that really shocked Manchester United and the home crowd. But they soon brought it back with Christian Eriksen finishing very nicely actually at the post to make it 2-1. Casemiro heading in for a really well-worked move just after half-time, making it 2-2. And then finally, a stonewall penalty being given on Andre Bruno Fernandes to get the win. There was a lot of added time after the fact, a bit too much in my opinion, but nevertheless, they still got the win. Joe Worrell, unfortunately, was sent off towards the end of the game. But ultimately, Forest performed admirably, but the better team did win on the day. It ended here at Old Trafford, 3-2 to Manchester United.
So Manchester United come from behind to claim all 3 points. Let's just run through the Premier League scores. We'll start with last night's game. It finished Chelsea 3, Luton Town 0. In the lunchtime kickoff, we covered it here on Football Live. It finished Bournemouth 0, Tottenham Hotspur 2. In the 3 o'clock kickoffs, it finished Arsenal 2, Fulham 2, Brentford 1, Crystal Palace 1, and Everton 0, Wolverhampton Wanderers 1. And as you just heard, Manchester United 3, Nottingham Forest 2. So how does that leave the Premier League table? Well, Everton rock bottom. No points, no goals from their 3 games, and they have dropped back to the bottom, usurping Luton Town, who held that place before today's games. They're one of 4 teams without a point. Everton have played 3, lost 3. Luton have played 2, lost 2. Burnley just played the 1. But without a victory, losing by 3 goals to them in their opening fixture against Manchester City on the Friday. It's been an age since they've played. They're in action later this weekend, looking to get their first points of the season. Sheffield United with no points from their first 2 games. Big game, as we mentioned, against Everton next weekend. As we climb up the table towards the top half of the table, the league is led by Tottenham Hotspur with 7 points from their opening 3 games, level on points with Arsenal, but Tottenham have a better goal difference. Brighton and Manchester City 3rd and 4th respectively with 6 points apiece. Manchester United also on 6 points following their come from behind victory over Nottingham Forest. Brentford are in 6th place with an unbeaten start to the season, 5 points from their opening 3 games, 2 draws at home though. With that big away victory, disappointing for them to not get all 3 points against Crystal Palace, who very much deserved their points today at the Brentford Community Stadium. Liverpool occupy that 7th position with 4 points from their opening 2 games. They're in action tomorrow. Of course, that big game against Newcastle United. We'll be covering it here live with Chris Baldwin on Football Live. There have been goals and goals. Of course, let's not forget the game in the Scottish League. Ross County losing 2-0 to Rangers. Champions League action coming their way. You've been listening to Football Live. You've been listening to all the goals as they've gone in. We hope you've enjoyed yourself. We'll see you again tomorrow afternoon, and we bid you farewell. Good night.
Today's show was produced by John Kane and powered by Hollandia Civita and our official betting partner, NairaBet.